check. Hello, check. Sir, ready? Hello, check, check, check. Hello, check. Come, sir. Hello.
Yes, Robin, yes, I can hear.
On the 16th of January, we launched the program called XII. This grant is our endeavor to support the interests of the country, interests of the state, of the legislature.
Video play பண்ண வேணாம்னு சொல்லு. Video play பண்ணாருன்னா அந்த ஆடியோ
No, it's just okay.
yeah.
नहीं वो Okay, we can start now. Ready? Audience. Get everyone inside. It's starting now. The camera. Okay.
This is fine. This is fine.
Impact video is और कौन सा वीडियो है इसमें?
इसमें सारे इंटरव्यूज
स्लाइड के अंदर नहीं है।
स्लाइड के अंदर
तभी मैंने वेलकम एड्रेस ले लिया। जस्ट वेलकम You start.
Then you start and then we can call this.
Let everyone get inside.
Hello.
Hello. Along the hand of Chennai's location.
Hello.
In the back. Let's start. Oh, we are starting. Are we live? Guys, Kumar? Live போயிட்டு இருக்கா? Live போயிட்டு இருக்கு. Okay. It's live only. start. Are we live? Kumar, are we live? Huh? Okay, start.
Okay, good morning everyone. Hi. எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். என் தமிழ் அவ்வளவா நல்லா இல்லை, ஸோ இவ்வளோதான் தமிழ் நான் பேச முடியும். ஆனால் throughout the sessions இங்கே வந்து தமிழ் நான் ட்ரை பண்ணுவேன். எப்படி இருந்துச்சு அதை நீங்கள் தான் லாஸ்ட் எனக்கு ஒரு காமெண்ட் தரணும். ஓகே, ஸோ வெரி warm welcome to each one of you present here today. On behalf of HCL Foundation and One Purpose, the implementation partner, I, Indra Naidu, am delighted to welcome you all to the HCLTech Grand Pan India Symposium 2026. Before we begin, let's just start with how many people have attended an HCLTech Grand Symposium for the very first time. Requesting you all to raise your hands. Oh wow, that's lovely. So, firstly, thank you for being part of this growing ecosystem of change, and I'm sure you'll be going back home and understanding why HCLTech Grant started and how it's been impacting and enabling things across the communities that we have. We are gathered here today for the HCLTech Grant Pan India Symposium 2026. And it is truly a privilege to host this at our HCL Sholingnallur campus. I'm pretty sure there were a few, technical glitches, and while entering also you might have faced a lot of problems. Yes, I do see a few people nodding their heads. Apologies for that. But before we begin the formal proceeding, I may request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem. Okay, first we'll be starting with the Tamil Taiwan.
Which link you are starting?
Please rise for the national anthem. कृपया राष्ट्रगान के लिए खड़े हो जाएं।
Okay, it's just a requesting everyone to please put their phones on silent. We just have a prime example here, so I would request everyone to please put their phone on silence. Great. So before we move ahead, a quick reminder, today's event is being live streamed, so you can scan the QR code. Can we have the QR code on the screen? So you can scan the QR code to join, and you can also share it with your further networks as well. We would love to hear from you online, and if you are posting today, then do not forget to use the mentioned hashtags. So I'm pretty sure Elaru, Instagram, LinkedIn, idla use funding. In case you event post funding, requesting use the given hashtag, which is hashtag HCLTech Grant 2026, hashtag Tech Grant Pan India Symposium. With this, let's amplify the conversation that we're having together. So the HCLTech Grant Pan India Symposium are a very unique initiative by HCL Foundation in collaboration with One Purpose. We are being together with diverse voice in just a single platform to exchange idea, deepen the sector understanding, and together collaborating to a national building. Since its inception in 2015, the HCLTech grant has stood as a commitment to strengthen and also empower the non-profit working at a very grassroots level. It's recognized organizations that are driving credibility, high impact, and a very sustainable change, especially in rural communities across India. Last year, HCLTech grant introduced a very new and exciting evolution of the grant. So we now support NPOs across 4 categories, which is water, biodiversity, we have health and education. So here's what that looks like, which is rupees 5 crore grant for each winners of NPO over 4 years, and we have rupees 50 lakh for 8 runner-ups over 2 years, and taking the total commitment of rupees 24 crores. This is not just, increase in funding, but it also represents a very strong commitment towards a long-term sustainable impact that we're trying to create. Now that we're talking more about impacts, it's been an incredible journey, and together we have reached over 2.3 million lives, crossed over 61,000 of villages, created impact across 174 districts in 22 states and 3 union territories. Another unique aspect of this HCLTech grant initiative is the 5th estate, the HCLTech grant campaign. So each year, the top 40 shortlisted NGOs are featured, showcasing some of the most innovative and impactful modules or in rural development. These are not just stories, okay? They are replicable solutions and inspiring for most of the sectors. Symposium reach since 2017, we had hosted 68 in-person symposium, 22 virtual sessions, engaging over 38,000 NGOs and thousands of change makers. And this year, the journey continues across cities, including Bhubaneswar, Chennai, and Nagpur, and Delhi. Now, may I request Mr. Robin Thomas, our Associate General Manager, HCL Foundation, with over 15 years of professional experience, decade with HCL Foundation, he had played a very key role in shaping and driving the HCLTech grant initiative. I now request Mr. Robin Thomas to deliver the welcome address.
Hello everyone. First of all, thank you so much for all of you to come here. I know this is a HCLTech campus. We have strict rules here for the entry of the external people apart from the employees, since it's an IT company, so they have their own IT rules running here. But we all gathered here today. First of all, I just give a brief welcome address to everyone. And first of all, a very warm welcome to all of you. On behalf of HCL Foundation, you all can give yourself a round of applause for coming here for the HCL Brand Symposium. And let me tell you, we started our symposium journey way back in 2017, and with an objective that these symposiums will help NGOs to build their capacity on different aspects of CSR laws, how to write a good proposal, what all are the regional challenges, and you will also meet the different stakeholders who are coming here as speakers today. And and today is more than just a symposium. It is a space for dialogue, it's a space for learning and a collective action. So today we have brought together leaders, practitioners, experts, change makers and passionate individuals who are all committed to creating impactful impact in society. At HCL Foundation and HCLTech, we strongly believe that real transformation happens when ideas move beyond discussions and become action through partnerships, innovations, and community engagement. Chennai has always stood as a city of resilience, innovation, and strong community spirit, and we are so delighted to once again come to Chennai and host this symposium. I was just telling you that we started our symposium journey for this year. Every year we used to do 8 symposiums, 10 symposiums pan-India, but this year we were not planning to do symposiums. We were just planning to do the help desk for all the NGOs who are trying to put up applications to HCLTech grant. But when I went to Nidhi, so Dr. Nidhi is a director for HCL Foundation. So when I went to her and I told her, Nidhi, we should just drop this year's symposiums, and we should just focus on the online help desk. She said, no, Robin, at least do some symposiums. We should not stop this journey. We started in 2017 and we should not stop now, and it should continue. And and due to the costs or time possibly, we had to reduce it to 4 symposiums. We started with Bhubaneswar, then we went to Nagpur, we came to Chennai, and now from here we'll go to Delhi. And it has been a non-stop journey for all of us. And let me tell you, this symposium wouldn't have been possible without the support of my HCL Foundation team members, and especially our implementation partner, One Purpose, which was CSR Box earlier, and they have now become a new brand entity, One Purpose. And a special mention to the team of One Purpose for being our organizing partner for this entire symposium. And I want to bring all my team members on stage here. May I request everyone to please come forward. The organizing team, they have been traveling non-stop for 1 month across these cities, organizing these symposiums. And especially I want to thank Mr. Prejo Tharu and Mr. Newton Raj for their incredible support, with the support of the volunteers, and especially Maria, Aishwarya, and the team of HCL Foundation here. And they have been the pillar of organizing. So we have been here for the past 2-3 days, just setting this entire symposium for you all. And we want from this symposium, you should, when you go back, you should have a lot of learnings. Funding is something you should always aim for, but more than funding, it is the learning, because learning never ends. So this is the reason why we are doing this symposium. So a very warm welcome and very big thankful to my team. Thank you so much. I'll just run through the agenda quickly, and then we will move on to the session. First of all, we'll have Ms. Ambika Natarajan. She's a senior vice president with HCLTech, and she'll be taking you through our HCLTech. What is HCLTech? How we started, and what are the businesses we focus on, and how we are evolving in the IT industry today. Then we have Mr. Vipul Arora. He's the senior vice president corporate sustainability with HCLTech. He'll be taking us through the HCLTech ESG and sustainability strategy which we are having. And then we move on to the HCL Foundation overview, which will be led by Mr. Alok Verma. He is the project director, Samudaya and 19th City. And along with Mr. Alok Verma, we have Dr. Shantanu Basu, who heads the HCL Foundation Harit program. So we'll be also talking briefly about what are the environment initiatives which we are running in southern region and pan-India. Then we will have an interesting session by Ms. Ritika Verma. She is the Associate Vice President, Growth and Impact from CSR Box. So she will be taking you through the CSR funding pulse. Basically, she will be taking you through the funding opportunities which are there in Tamil Nadu, what is the current scenario, and what all are the companies, what all are those donors which you can target for all your projects in Tamil Nadu. Then we have a master class which is of very important, that is the audit readiness. How NGOs should be ready in going forward. You know the CSR laws are changing, so how you have to get ready for your audits. So that will be led by Mr. Ankit Kumar. He's the Associate General Manager from HCL Foundation. Then we have a very enriching expert panel discussion on the digital ecology leveraging AI and IoT for water security and biodiversity monitoring, which will be moderated by Ms. Ritika Verma and followed by Mr. Avani Kumar Verma. He is a senior advisor and subject matter expert in HCL Foundation, and he has been associated with HCL Foundation from its inception, especially in the HCLTech grant. He is a subject matter expert who evaluates all your proposals. We have then Dr. Charuta Kulkarni. She is the Principal Scientist, School of Sustainability, IIT Madras. Then we have Dr. Shantanu Basu. He is heading our Harit program for HCL Foundation. Then we have Dr. Saurabh Mohta. He is the founder, chairman, Wild Vision AI Foundation. So that's the panel for you. And then we have enriching panel discussion, especially on the topic good governance really matters, which will be led by Mr. Rohit Bahadur. He is also our HCL Foundation CSR advisor and also an expert for Grant Thornton. And we will also hear his immense experience through his introduction while he takes this session. Then we have the most awaited, the HCLTech grant process, which will be taken by myself and my colleague, Ms. Shelly Kaushal. We'll be taking you to the HCL grant application process and how and what are those selection parameters which we use to evaluate your proposal. And in that session, we'll also take you through what all are those tips to write a good proposal to any donor, where we lack and where we are strong. So we'll give you a perspective of both. And then we have our HCL grant winners with us today. We are honored to have Mr. Madhavan Srinivasan. He is the honorary consultant with Gurupriya Vision Research Foundation, who is the winner from Tamil Nadu in the HCLTech grant health category. And Mr. Suraj Abraham, he is the winner from Kerala, and he is the founder and secretary of Planet Earth. And then with them, we will have Mr. Avani Kumar Verma, who will be sharing the stage to share his experience of evaluating these proposals, and that session will be moderated by myself. And then we have Mr. Newton Raj, who is the founding pillar of all this program which we are doing here. So he will deliver a vote of thanks. So let's, and this session, I request, we have the running tea coffee there, but we have all these sessions, we will go on till 2 to 2:30. I hope everyone is fine with that. Then we'll all disclose for lunch. Okay? And if anyone has any sugar, diabetes issues or something like that, if you want to have anything, we have running tea, coffee, cookies there. So you can go out and have water, tea, cookies and everything. So thank you so much. Anything, we are all around. We have a full day of enriching sessions lined up for you. Hope you learn a lot from all these sessions. And thank you so much. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Robin, for setting the stage and also bringing in a lot of energy today. So now we move to the HCL Foundation overview of the sessions, and it's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Ambika Natarajan, Senior Vice President of HCLTech. With over 2 decades of experience in workforce transformation and inclusive development, she leads global learning solutions within the HCLTech, EdTech businesses and driving innovation, the powerful and very empowering diverse learning communities. And please join me in welcoming Ms. Ambika Natarajan.
Vanakkam, good morning, namaste. Some of you didn't respond to either, so which language should I wish you in now? Right? Okay, so I need some energy, and that's my breakfast to get started. Because to talk about a company which has 50 years of rich legacy and it's so transformative in nature, its DNA is all about transformation. I need energy. So let's do this once again. So those of you who believe in the Vanakkam, Vanakkam.
Vanakkam.
Good morning. Good morning. Namaste. Namaste. Okay, so Vanakkam was loudest. This is like in the parliament. Say aye, say no. Okay, it goes in the favor of aye. Okay, so இங்க எத்தனை பேருக்கு வந்து English is comfortable? Pretty much everybody. Okay. So Tamil, only Tamil? Okay, just very few hands. சரி, முயற்சி பண்றேன். It will be largely English because the eyes were in favor of English. So we'll do it in English kind of session. Quick introduction about me, and it's also because through that introduction, I do intend telling you about what we are as HCLTech. Yes, my name is Ambika. I've been with HCLTech since 2004. So that's like 22 years. And under 22 வருஷத்துல, in those 22 years, I've been a HCL grant sub-jury for the education track for a decade now. 10 வருஷம். So, in a way, I've seen how hand in hand the evolution journey of HCLTech and how the kind of submissions that are coming into HCL grant, in a way it's mirroring how corporate transformation is happening that goes hand in hand in what we call as societal transformation. Because the NGOs are called fifth estate for a reason, because they are closest to what's happening in the ground. They are a representation of what we call as the grassroots. மக்களுக்கு வந்து உண்மையாவே எங்க அங்க வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு, எங்க பிரச்சனை இருக்கு, எங்க பண்ணா it will lead to what we call as societal improvement, societal development. So that's a very critical thing. So seeing this evolution, it's very heartwarming because as I said, it's truly mirroring how the corporations of the world are evolving, how HCLTech is a leader, is a global leader in the way we are ahead of the race. So that's about us, and if we can get the presentation up. So I will not be reading through the slides because every slide does convey a story, but I'm going to get your attention into some of the important aspects of this. So you see in the footer, you see something called as 50%, 50%, global 500, Fortune 500 companies, the top 500 companies, and the Fortune 500 companies or the 50% companies are serviced by HCLTech. This is just a number. Thank you. Thank you. What does it mean? What is this metric? Is it a metric now? All of you know that in the HCL grant, when you make your submissions, there is something known as impact. There is a change theory. You have to substantiate with numbers in your proposal because we do all those reviews, right? So what does this number mean? So let me just translate what this 50% means. So if you take the global 500 companies across the world, they are servicing on an average, indirectly, 70 to 90% of the population of the world. It's not 1%, 2%, it's 70 to 90%. What does that mean in terms of impact? It means that 1 billion plus lives, human beings, are being impacted directly or indirectly through the services that are rendered by the G500. And in that, 50% of those people are impacted in a positive way in their day-to-day lives because of some part of the work HCLTech does for these companies. I mean, that's a huge achievement. And we say that with vastness comes immense responsibility. And what is that responsibility? Good governance, auditable, impact driven, responsible, and most importantly, ethical. And that is why we take a lot of pride. And this is something I want all of you to give a very big round of applause for HCLTech, is that we have been recognized as the world's most ethical companies, right, for the third consecutive year. நம்ம வந்து கிரிக்கெட்ல சொல்லுவோம் ஒரு தடவை 6 அடிச்சா கிரேட், செகண்ட் அடிச்சா சூப்பர் கிரேட், மூணாவது தடவை அடிச்சா hat-trick. Exactly. So 3 times consecutively to get this recognition is a huge testimonial for the underlying good governance that HCLTech leadership with the employees of HCLTech commit themselves to. And why is this so important? Because the bedrock of any change that you want to bring into society at large, the fundamental pillars is to be ethical in what we do. And therefore, in a way, this kind of mirrors and extrapolates the amazing transformation work that we do through HCL Foundation, the work that we do through HCL Grant. So what do we do? So we are bringing the best of technology and people. Our motto is supercharging progress. So when I joined in 2004, our tagline around that time used to be technology that touches lives, right? And as those of you who've seen the HCLTech ads, you'll see people going in the boat and suddenly there's a HCLTech, or you're taking a flight, there is a card you're using, that technology is powered by HCLTech. So whatever we've done, in a way, is impacting every one of you sitting in this room, right? So our focus therefore, and today, our mantra is supercharging progress. We're all working and living and breathing the major tectonic changes that are happening in the world of work, in the world of our everyday life through artificial intelligence. As you sleep and wake up, some major shift has happened in the AI ecosystem. There is a new frontier model that's been introduced, or an existing model has got an extension, there's a new product that's been created, there is a breakthrough happening in the infrastructure layer or in the transmission layer. So every layer, there is some significant change that's happening at an unimaginable pace. And everywhere that you see, there is this one line that keeps coming. This is one of the major inflection points for humanity as a whole. And HCLTech is at the center of many of these changes that are happening. And we'll talk about that in a bit. This is our global industry footprint. And if you see here, right from financial services, manufacturing, life sciences, in fact, we have a slide which will tell you close to about 22 to 24 verticals that we do work with, right? And if you see most of the major customers across the globe, we do some work for them. What is the kind of work that HCLTech does? So let's take a quick 60 seconds, because in the Nariya page, I saw that many of you said this is the first time you're attending a symposium of this kind. So let me spend some time kind of explaining that to you with an example. Okay, so let's go to a second, let's go here. Okay, let's stay here. Let's just stay here. Yeah. No. So credit cards. எல்லாருமே credit card use பண்றீங்க? Yes. But after your digital payment came, today I go to a shop, I don't even have a handbag with me, right? So I just use my phone. I ensure that my phone pays, or whatever, my phone wallet, digital wallet has enough money, even if it means I have to do a large transaction when I'm traveling into a hotel. Unless they say, no, give me an advance and pay it and all that. So those are some things. So those digital payments, the transmission that happens through the telecom networks, the end user systems that get impacted, the transmission gateways and registries through which all of this happens, somewhere or the other, in some form or the other, you will have a HCLTech play in it. Through our partner ecosystem, the work that we do with our hyperscalers, the larger partnerships we have with the Ciscos of the world, which is impacting the entire telecom network system. We have banks as clients. Some of the banks that you may be using, we will be servicing them either through the infrastructure that we support for them. So, எல்லாரும் cloud பத்தி கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்க இல்லையா? Cloud. In the cloud, what cloud am I talking about? Manam cloud or digital cloud? Digital cloud. So whether it's the Amazon cloud or the Google cloud or the Microsoft cloud or any other foundry cloud, HCLTech does work with all of them. So your data which is getting stored in the cloud, we might be, for all you know, globally providing oversight on governance, backup, storage, and all those kinds of work. So that's on the cloud layer. Let's come a little down. There are massive billions of lines of code across software that is used. So the same digital payment, so the payment has a software behind it. Yes or no? So that software constantly undergoes an upgrade, right? It's like your mobile phone. So do you know on an average, how many minor upgrades happen to your phone, irrespective of whether you're using an Android or a, iOS? On an average, any guess? Minor upgrade. Major upgrade one is correct. Major upgrade is a version 1. Then you have a version 2. That's a major upgrade. But in between the version 1 and 2, there are minor upgrades. 1.1, 1.1.1.2, 1.1.1.3. So, what do you think happens? How many upgrades do you think happen? Take a guess. Any guesses? Yeah, so we went on to the other side. Yes, on an average, anyway, between 5 to 7 minor upgrades happen to your phone system. Who is behind these upgrades? So there is a software company which is working with the primary owner to do these kind of upgrades. So that's at your application layer. Come a little further down. The core hardware infrastructure. HCLTech's engineering and R&D services is one of the strongest in the globe. When I started my journey in 2004, I started with what we call as the semiconductor vertical of HCLTech. And from then, we've been working with some of the named global equipment manufacturers who are into wafer fabrication, who are into testing of equipment, who are, the whole life cycle of from a wafer into a finished good that goes into your electronics, hardware and infrastructure piece. So that's the kind of work we do in the engineering R&D services. And amidst all of this, we have a supporting ecosystem. So when you want help desk support today, you have an automated teller, right? Say, press 1, press 2, press 3. And if you want to still talk to a human being, press 4. So there is a HCLTech line of business that also supports that kind of work. So right from the top to the bottom, we are all pervasive. So that is a key message that I wanted to bring in. This is our global delivery network. We are spread across 60 countries as we speak, more and more coming up, across 30 plus languages. A huge double click on the kind of diversity that we support, whether it's nationality, whether it's age diversity, whether it is gender diversity, we support all of that. We've got star ratings in all of that. And most importantly, our mantra, which I come back to, it's all about supercharging progress and supercharging people. Before I wrap up, I just want to share a very important news. I don't know how many of you saw this about a week back. Did you catch this news? There was a news item on Sarvam. Did any of you catch that? Yes. Any hands? People who read about Sarvam? I see very few hands. Okay, so HCLTech has become a strategic investment partner in Sarvam. And what is Sarvam? Sarvam is India's own indigenous frontier AI model. And with this investment, HCLTech has also made a foray into what we call as sovereignty. The sovereign models that are today a very, very strategic imperative and a mandate for any country, for any ecosystem to grow. So it's a massive upthrust, and this is also reflective of HCLTech's DNA, where we have always stayed ahead, we have stayed relevant, and most importantly, our mantra, supercharging progress, right, is what kind of drives us forward, it propels us forward. So as I wrap up, I want to quickly share my own personal reflection of how the HCL grant, especially under the education bracket, what am I seeing as an evolution? So every year the HCL Foundation, the grant team, Grant Thornton, Robin's here, he's been a very, very key part of this journey. Submissions come, the top 10 comes to the sub-jury and then we evaluate. What are we looking for? So the sub-jury team, all of us when we brainstorm, we're looking for, okay, what is the unmet need the submission is addressing? What is that white space? Is it underserved? Is it unmet? Okay, and if so, what are the various ingredients in the particular submission? Does it have all the elements in it to make this entire funding that's going to be given by HCLTech self-sustaining after the grant period is over? So in the year one, we saw submissions which were more around, a more localized, like early childhood, early education, and things like that. As we evolved, we saw these proposals that are coming started impacting secondary and tertiary kind of, growth. So we saw communities, we saw Anganwadi workers. We started seeing submissions coming around adult learning, especially gender development, women, how to make women self-sustainable. So today, where we stand, the kind of submissions, the quality of submissions that are also coming, it has become what we call truly 360 degree, where it's taking a particular area, remote area, no access to education, no access to resources. They take that, around that, they think how do we use all the community ecosystem, bring it all together, use the HCL grant money to expand that, but in such a way that after the period is over, this particular investment continues to grow and create what we call as a force multiplier impact. So that's the amazing, amazing progress that we've seen in 10 years. So with that, I just want to wrap up and I want to say HCLTech is all about supercharging progress, and through the HCL grant and HCL Foundation, we're looking to supercharge people, to supercharge the fifth estate, the NGOs, who will bring this entire impact to the lives that matter, to the society that matters, and make it truly, truly purpose-driven. Thank you so much and all the very best to all of you.
Just stay there.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for setting the stage and for sharing the HCLTech vision and its commitment to innovation and inclusive of growth that we're trying to create. Now, I would like to request Dr. Shantanu Basu to please felicitate Ms. Ambika Natarajan. And please, guys, give a huge round of applause for all the kind of work that ma'am has been doing for decades now. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Basu. Okay, now there's just a quick announcement to make, which is in case of any emergency request that we get, we would like you to request you to use both of these exit doors that we have on your right side instead of using the ones that are on your left side. Okay, so these are the only two exit gates which we request you to use during an emergency. Okay. Now, going forward, building on this foundation, let us now understand how sustainability is shaping business and community impacts that it's trying to create. Right? Now, I would request our overview speaker, Vipul Arora. He's our next speaker, Senior Vice President, Corporate Sustainability at HCLTech and Global Head of Sustainability. With over 25 years of experience across global market, he has been at the forefront of sustainability-led transformation, helping, organizing, creating a long-term values while also navigating any risks that come across. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Vipul Arora.
Thank you very much. I don't have a lot of capability to talk in Tamil or even use basic words, but I did start my career about, I think, 2002 from Chennai, post MBA, and I learned a lot and I have a lot of respect for the city. And it's very good to always come back and continue, get in touch with where I started my career. And also very appreciative of the work that all of you are doing. Like our founder already said and Ambika reinforced, the fifth estate is really the strong pillar that builds any nation. And this is a work that usually goes unnoticed for many years. These are the people who don't get media limelight and they're not in the front page of the press. But irrespective, I think if somebody wants to do something good, I mean, whether you get praise or not, you anyways do it, right? Because you're doing it for yourself, right? For your own satisfaction. And I say that because I'm in touch with a little bit of this, feeling. I started my focus in sustainability about 25 years ago in '98, and my first attempt was to join a non-profit. And I spent quite some time, and then I went to the corporate world, and went back to the non-profit, and went to the corporate world, and went back. So I've done that quite a few times. So I understand the passion and spirit that drives all of us in the room. And I see some good things, which I will talk about. But let's quickly get to what we do at HCLTech in terms of sustainability, why it matters to all of us in the world today. Why it matters to you, why you should pay attention to this in your grant and application process, and how you can go forward. So just building up on what Ambika has already introduced, HCLTech, 50 years, very long. 50 years is a long time, for an organization to be around, and the results of what an organization is doing start to show up. And I think that has been obvious in the case of HCLTech. When I joined last year, I joined from a global industry where we used to do ESG ratings, and I used to rate a lot of companies, thousands of companies every year, and I've done that for 20 years. Global companies all over the world, and you are like an examiner. You start to see an examination sheet, and within a second you know whether the student knows the subject or not. Right, that level of capability you develop. So I have that capability when I look at companies, and when I joined last year. The moment I joined in the first month, I realized that this is a company that has been doing a lot of work but has not been talking about it. So my problem statement was very clear in my role. I just need to make sure we talk about the right things. We talk about what good we are doing. This is a very conservative organization. They don't talk much. So last 1.5 years since I've been in my role, my focus has been, okay, how can we talk more? And about the good things. For example, I learned that our water metrics for many years are actually leading in the industry by 35% margin. Some of the big non-tech brands, they use a lot more water. We use much less, but nobody was talking about it. Nobody was even measuring it. And this is the first thing I did when I joined. I was like, guys, let us please put attention on water, and not just as an organization, but even in the foundation. I mean, the amount of work we are doing in the foundation in terms of recharging the amount of water we use. So one is we use in our operations, second in the community, we recharge a lot. So last year it was 31 times. I mean, there are the best organizations in the world that, beverage companies. Their water positive ratio is 4 to 5 times. 4 to 5 times they recharge compared to what they use. We are doing 31 times. We are a tech firm. This is not even our business. We have no business to save so much water, and yet we are saving it, and nobody is talking about it. So anyway, the foundation has been talking about it, but I mean, we put it in the front and center of our, on the business side as well. We said we need to celebrate this. We need to do more work on this. How can we? So water, obviously, I'm very happy to see that it is, continue to remain focused, and it is one of the 4 themes. So if you are doing any more work, water also happens to be a major
a risk going forward, right? With the climate change, some areas will always have less water, some areas will always have more water. In Chennai, we have seen that many times, right? Sometimes excess of water, uncontained. What do you do with it? So if there are problems you can solve more and more, this is an area that is not going to go away. It will remain a strategic priority. So please, any work you can continue to do on water, please spend more time and energy. But please try to, try to make it more measurable, try to make it more efficient, because we as an organization, we always look at the ROI. Even in the foundation, I can tell you when we get the proposals, and I've participated in a few of the evaluations as well, we always look at the ROI. If I'm going to give 1 rupee to this organization, what is the amount of water we are going to save? What is going to be the footprint impact versus somebody else? Because it's a question of, who do you give money and who is going to give you the biggest return? So look at the ROI, and in fact, because of this focus, our foundation also, the ROI on water efforts is 5 times ahead of the industry average. And there are other foundations that, other organizations that do work in water, but our ROI is so much high, simply because we have a very rigorous focus. And I don't know if you can catch it from the from the application process, but this is really the hidden part of it. We're always looking at the ROI. So please, and measure what matters. Sometimes we saw applications, like in the last round I was seeing, somebody was focusing on water, but they did not even quantify how much water they were going to save. And then I have to go back and do the calculation and come back and say, okay, applicant 1 is going to save so much, applicant 2 is going to save so much, and then I can evaluate. But if you are claiming that you want to save water, please put it in the application. This is the number 1 metric. You can put 10 other metrics which may not be as important, or you can put it if they are easy to measure. But even if this is difficult to measure, you need to put it, because this is really important. So water has been one. Then coming to biodiversity, which is our other theme, again extremely important, more and more, because we have destroyed on this planet, us humans, over the last few hundred years, we have destroyed close to 67% of the species on this planet. And very few that are left are going to have a chance to make it, because we don't have enough land, we don't have enough clean air, we don't have enough clean water. So we are systematically destroying the planet. It is like that Kalidasa, cutting the branch on which we are living. And this is unsustainable, obviously. So sustainability, simply means what you can keep doing in the long run, removing all the fashionable definitions that sometimes international bodies try to put. It's very simple. So how can we improve biodiversity? And this is not, unrelated to water. Where there is water, there will be more biodiversity, right? These are all sometimes just different dimensions, And you don't have to necessarily, when you design a project, you don't have to think only of water. You can always think, okay, on water I'm going to do this, and a little bit of creativity, okay, what can I do additional which will create a biodiversity positive impact? And if you can show both, then you are a clear winner, because you're not only win, maybe you will be allocated in one category, but your project has multiple ROI metrics, right? You are not just looking at, okay, how much land I'm going to save, how much biodiversity, I'm also going to improve water, I'm also going to create some carbon credits, I'm also going to purify some air, etc., because nature, when you bring nature as an ecosystem, nature ends up doing everything all at once, isn't it? Everything happens in nature. Nature works in harmony and balance. So when you are designing projects, when you're designing solutions, please try to, see what you can get as a ecosystem impact. And yes, we will measure it in one dimension, but it has better ROI. So on biodiversity, we have been doing a lot of work. Some of these rankings and ratings, I will not go into it too much, but energy has been an important area. So I'm sure there is some work happening on our agri, the Harit program, and nature-related agroforestry. So if there are ways, now there is a lot of innovation in solar and using other renewable energy sources. I don't see a lot of innovation happening in India, unfortunately, in this. But you can. When you create agroforestry, you can put some solar panels on top, and then below you can do plantations. Nothing stops you. In fact, it protects the plants from the massive solar radiation, and you get some energy as well, and you can convert that into credits. Government has a green credit program that they have launched 2-3 years back, but we don't see lot of, actual green credits coming in the market. We have been asked by SEBI in the BRSR to report, but we don't have anything to report because right now we are not getting supply. Right, and we have so many other priorities we are working on that this is, we would like to work on it, but it is there in the pipeline, right? So if you can come, you are in the end, you are all partners to us, right? We cannot do everything, so there is work that you can do, and we collaborate, and then as a team, we create better impact in the society, isn't it? So as partners, I'm addressing you, and I'm asking you, and I'm throwing this challenge to you. Can you look at some more innovation in terms of how we can, not only report better and convey to the government that, look, we are creating perhaps some green credits on the side, but also create better impact. So it creates income. When you put in some RE or solar, for example, there has been a lot of disruption in the recent war, with the synthetic fertilizers, right? Food security potentially is at risk. And then the El Nino super El Nino is developing. So perhaps there is, risk to the food chain also, right? And we are heavily kind of our agriculture model in India is heavily connected to synthetic fertilizers and pesticides and all that. But can we flip? And India has a tradition and history of natural farming. Can we flip and go to scale in that? And we have the infrastructure, we have the people, we have the creativity, we have the entrepreneurial spirit, what we call jugaad in Hindi. We have that. So put 2 and 2 together and make 22 instead of 4. So can we solve some of those real pressing issues? And if we need to create, and I will throw a challenge to Robin and team also, we can create more themes also, right? Why only 4? So, but I mean, bring those solutions that actually solve something really big, 20% problems, but they have 80% impact, Can we solve some of those problems? So then together as a team, we will be doing much better. So energy is a focus, obviously, water we've already talked about. What else? So, yeah, in terms of, what you can help us with, I think those are the key areas, food security, biodiversity, agroforestry, water, and conserving forests, by the way. If there are ways that we can conserve, old forests, strengthen the local ecosystem, create better climate resilience, it will always remain an issue given the age we are entering into. Massive consumption of, resources, massive growth, always coupled with, massive utilization of resources. If we can decouple that, India is the only country in the world actually that has to grow, that needs to grow and will continue to grow. But if India grows the same way as West has grown, we will destroy the planet, guaranteed. We don't want that, and we are the only civilization with the mindset and spirit of living in harmony with nature for many, many years, thousands of years. We are a very old civilization. We are the only one who can show the balance. The West, somehow, they don't have it in their DNA. We have it in our DNA. We can show what it takes to live in balance with nature. And for us, it should not be in our scriptures. It has to come reality now. We have to crystallize it, physically and show it to the world that it's possible, right? So I think those are the key challenges would be great to focus on. But please bring the, the measurement rigor. Please bring the, the scientific approach, identifying cause and effect, showing the linkages, what is the intervention, what you are changing, what is the ROI you are getting, what is the impact you are creating, evidence-based. If you bring that discipline and rigor more and more, which you are already doing, but if you can, keep bringing that more and more, I think we will have a great partnership. The challenge would be next year to come back and say 25 crores is not enough. Can we change it to 100 crores? Please bring that challenge to us, and then we will go back and see how we can do more with all of you. So I would just stop here. Thank you so much for your patience listening.
Thank you so much, sir, for that insightful talk. Thank you so much. So we have spent the morning exploring HCL Foundation's vision and its impact. As we look ahead, it's equally important to also understand the trends that is shaping the social sectors and how AI can empower the NGOs to scale their work. To lead this masterclass, please join me in welcoming Ms. Ritika Verma, Associate Vice President, Growth and Impact at CSR Box, with extensive experience in spanning across grassroots, rural development, CSR consulting, and impact assessment. She brings a value and insight into building sustainable social impact. Please welcome me, Ms. Ritika Verma.
Thank you for the warm welcome. Yeah, so first of all, good morning everybody. I will broadly take you towards the landscape that we have of CSR. In particularly Tamil Nadu, if we say, and Chennai in detail. So to start with, like the funding agencies, if we want to understand, we first want to also understand the trends that are there in the nation. Like we know that the CSR pool of India has crossed over 34,900 crores nationally, out of which 2,000 crores has been nearly invested in Tamil Nadu itself. So that is a very huge number, for which we know that it is something which we also are looking forward to, and to understand like where exactly is this money going, right? So Chennai sits in the center of the opportunity because it has the strongest presence of IT industry, manufacturing industries, and the PSUs here. As we can see the trend, like before also moving to specifically Chennai, I would like you to have an understanding and an overview of national CSR investment and how the nation picture goes. CSR spending has doubled, more than doubled in fact, in the past 5 years. And the largest investments have gone to the education and healthcare, with over like 8,000 companies now are filing CSRs in the country, and the ecosystem can itself see the increasing potential to have these investments done. Now moving forward to specific Chennai, if we see, Chennai, as we know, it's not just another metro city here, right? It has strengths, and it is in itself growing with it. So if we say and we see three major strengths that Chennai itself has, is one, that it is one of the India's largest IT hub, right? And second is that it is also growing and is also a hub for manufacturing and automobiles. Third is that it is climate vulnerable, coastline facing floods and water challenges are there that only Chennai can understand, and the interventions therefore can happen more around these particular areas, and these are the areas where CSR money and the interventions can influence themselves. So now let's understand broadly on who is actually funding CSR in Chennai. So these are all the organizations who are the largest, amongst the largest funders in Chennai for CSR interventions. Whereas if we see and if we in-depthly try to understand, Cognizant, Hyundai, NLC India are the biggest players in the market here. These are the companies which are investing highest amount of money in Chennai, in Tamil Nadu, and have their presence all across multiple thematic areas. However, together they represent significant CSR investment in Tamil Nadu and consistently developing program around education, health, skilling, and community development. So we can understand through this what are the major companies to target specific to the country, and if we are an emerging NGO, if we are in the initial stage of NGOs, we definitely need corporates like this and intervention areas like this. So now when we are broadly, like we have got a broad picture of who are the players who are investing the largest, we also should understand where the money is going. So if we see the largest, as I've already mentioned, that the investment is going towards education and healthcare, which is still is the largest thematic areas where the investment is going. Along with this, climate resilience is also growing rapidly, and women in livelihood are gaining momentum. So when we are making our programs, we are designing the thematic areas in which we are and we want our presence. It is rather not to try in every thematic area and try to fit in there, but to also strategically focus on the thematic areas that are emerging these days and are having the largest pool of money in your particular geography, right? Yeah. Following the previous slide, as I mentioned, about where the investment has to go, it is also important to have some of the programs that these corporates have to have an understanding of those. So, as you notice that these are not one-time activities you can figure from the data. These are structured programs and measurable outcomes. As we were also discussing in the previous words that we were getting, that it is important to have it measurable. No impact can be assessed if it is not in quantitative format, right? So it is very important that all the interventions that in which we are growing, in which we are expanding our implementation activities, it needs to be quantified. So whether it is Cognizant Education Initiative, Hyundai Skilling Program, or NLC's healthcare infrastructure, the common theme is to scale and to have measurable inputs. So moving forward into this, we are definitely going to have an audit-ready session, a masterclass planned in the later stage, and we will definitely go through the detailed versions of what all is required from an NGO from the legal aspect. It is important that we have all the certifications, we have all the regulations governed. Like, for example, to ensure that organization has CSR1 registration, has 12A ATG certificate, and particularly if we see here the DPE when we say. So since we are also focusing, we also want to focus on the PSUs for their investment. So PSUs like NLC also, which I mentioned earlier, is one of the biggest investor in the CSR in this region. It is important to follow the DPE guideline in addition to the MCA rules that we usually follow for all other investments, because DPE has specific guidelines to it which we need to follow along with the MCA guidelines. And their emphasis is also to have the investment done nearby their plants. So that is also something through which we can understand where to have our intervention if we are targeting to get funds from any of the PSU. So when we see, so these are largely things I believe everybody is already very much well aware of, and the things that we need to align with, like CSR has evolved definitely, as we know, and it has shown a significant impact. So today companies are expected to have report outcomes, align with SDGs, and increase their CSR and ESG reporting and have an integration of it, right? Also, this means that the NGOs are no longer evaluated only on the activities that they are performing, but also on the evidence of change that they can bring in, right? So that is again something which we can connect to the numbers and the impact that we want to showcase, which has to be evidence-based. Otherwise, the stories are always like, stories come and go, only the number stays, right? So that is where we need to have that evidence incorporated and build the reporting that way. So in a nutshell, if I say where the opportunities of NGO in Chennai lies is largely for, like, first we can say you target education skilling around IT corridors. Those are the areas where these corporates are investing majority of their money. Then second is that the coastal and fishing community development is increasingly rapidly. So since we are a coastal area, we have the resources, we also know how the resources are degrading, as we were also discussing earlier. So it is something where we need to have a focus and build more impactful interventions. And the third is climate resilience and water management. These are the strong corporate interest and relatively less competitive, and like have multiple and different type of interventions that can be designed in this to bring the utmost impact. So the key takeaways that we can have from this is that like everyone should ideally have these things remember after the broader landscape that we might have understood throughout this session and throughout this presentation. I would say is that one, Cognizant, Hyundai, NLC are the strongest opportunity in this area. Then two, Chennai's climate and coastal challenges are unique in nature and have give you the largest of opportunity in around. And the third is that compliance plus impact data is something that NGOs definitely should move forward with. So this was about the climate and the landscape that we see in Chennai and the areas that we live around and the companies that are operating here, to have an understanding of from where to get the investment, from where to invest your time and organization's effort. So I will definitely take questions later. Next we have another, I would say, a master class for AI. And how AI, so this is also a very entry level things that I would want to mention, because AI, like we all know, it's not something which is very alien in these days, right? Everybody talks about AI. But how do we incorporate AI in our daily operations while working in an NGO? That is something which will bring us the core of it. So as we know that majority of what we do, what our work goes around is there are hundreds of things to do in an NGO, right? We write proposals, we do documentations, we make summarizations for funders, we do a lot of things. But let me start how these operations are something that we can become more efficient on. It is something which, if technology is taken into consideration, we can also utilize it and save our time and put it more towards the on-ground implementation that is required. So earlier, as I was mentioning, the NGOs, as and when the team members keep increasing, there are more people coming in, it seems as it's a very big organization and it is going to do very good, right? But nowadays, what matters is the efficiency, and that now definitely does not come with the number of people. It comes through the technology and integration of AI in it. So that is the big shift where we can work upon and have the further changes. So when we say that AI, what does it and how does it help us? So it is not a very, as I earlier mentioned, not a very alien concept. It is not something which is in future. It is right now in present with us. And I can it is already helping NGOs in writing proposals and all, but if we are properly doing it, it also helps us do multiple tasks, drafting donor communications, conduct researches, and also create social media collaterals, because as we know how much visibility is of importance nowadays, right? If we are visible, if people can see our work, people can see what impact we are bringing up, more people get attracted to it, right? So it's something that AI is solving on an everyday basis now. Yeah. So one insight from the AI, like from the India AI research report, is that NGOs are still beginning to their AI journeys. As we can see the data, NGOs have not yet actually expanded over it. The encouraging part is that you do not need to have a complex system or technical staff or people who can do coding and all. Now, to have the generative AI tools ready, it is something which is already ready, and you just need to have a little investment to it and put in your slight time, and everything is in your hand. So I'll show it through an example. So for example, that's on the top. It's something very broad, very layman terms written, a prompt that has been given, through which a detailed prompt is generated. Before generating, if I want to in the end generate a collateral, I like whatever is in my mind, I'll just put it randomly, what are the thoughts that are there, and generate a detailed prompt through it. So prompt generation again is not something which is challenging, because we can have a detailed prompt. We can improvise those prompts by adding our on-field impact stories, by adding in our numbers that we have, and design a collateral, which is again something which we want to have, like we also want to do publicity, right? Because our work needs to go out, otherwise nobody will know what we are doing, what impact are we bringing. So these are some things that are very easy. Like it would have hardly taken me 4 to 5 minutes to have this whole thing developed. So it is something which is right on our tips now, and it is something only that we need to try. So for example, if we say here, if we want to do the reporting of any program that is there, and we want to tell how our program went, we do the summarization of it through AI, right? If we are making dashboards and want to have the monitoring and evaluation process sorted, we need to have the quantitative data insights, make it in graphical formats, we do AI analysis. If we have to write proposals for fundraising purpose, we do AI drafting. Then if we want to have social media communication collaterals, we do it through AI content. But having said that, it is also something which ideally it is not something, because we know CSRs in the place like also know that it is something which should not be like it should definitely make sense in the end, right? So it is not something which you can just blindly follow. Also, it is something that needs like, if one line I can say, it is AI is something that assists people but cannot replace human efforts and like human tendency to have the judgment right? So it is always important to also run through it, have the judgment call if all the collaterals are as per your requirements, if the proposal is drafted with what data and what insights you wanted to have in that. So human cross-check and verification and validation of the data is definitely required there. So that is something which should not be solely put, but definitely it will not still take that much of time and human resources to have a technical staff there. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, so if we move ahead with like how small NGOs can use technology, so these are largely the tools which we already probably would be using, right? And like Canva for designing, Kobo toolbox for data, and then Google Workspace we would be using. But how now AI has been incorporated in these also helps you a lot. For example, with Canva in itself has the AI incorporated, where you just need to give a text command and it will generate an image for you. So that really helps in providing collaterals and putting it out on the social media. Kobo toolbox is something used for data collection. On ground data collection is done with that, and even if it is in a no network zone, it performs pretty well. So if we have a structured data which is collected from an application like Kobo, we get a very sanitized version of data, which really helps in doing the analysis through AI. So now when we have to do analysis, it is important for AI also to have clean and structured data which can be taken from tools like Kobo Toolbox, which will definitely then again when we talk about showing impact that we have, making the dashboards, making the graphical representations of our impact that has gone, these are the things which can be used. Similarly, for Google Workspace, it is something which assists you in preparing documents. Also, like these days, whenever we are doing any Google Meet, we know that it also has a provision of getting the minutes down, right? So these are some things which are very small in nature probably, but also helps us to understand and gain that expand to it and have the larger number pieces get ready in like no time. So what should we do next is something for a very beginning level that we can try and incorporate AI into our daily working and progress. First thing is to use AI for communication collaterals as the example that I provided. Second is to have proposals written through it. Proposals also when definitely the people who have reviewed the proposals, and Mr. Verma can also add on to that, are many times very haywire, and it's not something which is very readable or in a very good alignment also. So it is something which AI can definitely do in seconds for you. You give all the content that you want to put in the proposal, all the headers that you want to put in the proposal, and it will give you in the neatest way possible with different smart arts, with different graphical representations of it. So it is something which will also be appealing for the funder to have the proposal ready and to evaluate it further. Then is summarization of your reports. So when we prepare reports, we tend to write down each and everything that is there, which is somewhere required also. But when we are putting it down for a funder to look into how our project progressed, a summarization of it is very much needed that time, right? So here is when AI can be incorporated. You need to summarize your text. You need to put down the AI will itself do the work for you when it is for doing the summarization, providing the larger pieces of major primary important points required. And then to digitalize one manual process. So it is something which makes it more also have the standard checks ready, do for your proposal. If even if you put an RFP and you put your proposal both in one chat for AI, it will tell you if it has if you have covered all the components mentioned in the RFP, and if you are you can it will score your proposal also, how much have you covered all the things that are required. So these are the very beginning level and basic level things that you can start and can also incorporate in your daily thing. Thank you so much. So yeah, so the future is not by increasing people also, it is by how we can efficiently bring up and efficiently do our processes done. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, then please feel free to raise hand. Yeah, yes ma'am. Can you provide a mic? No problem. I am really sorry, ma'am. I do not understand the native languages here. If you could just...
No, I am asking about the opportunities for NGOs at Chennai. Repeatedly, Kista speaking. But I am from Andhra. Is it open for all states, or it is concentrated on the Tamil Nadu?
Okay, so because we have this symposium in this particular geography, we have focused it for Chennai here because considering the geography we are covering, but definitely if you look into the larger picture of nations investment, we have understood, right? From that, definitely you can take out the areas in which different type of investments have been done. For today, it was, I'm really sorry that it was for the Chennai, Tamil Nadu area only. And definitely, but you can use AI also there as well. Yeah.
HCL Foundation. Am I asking about the HCL Foundation? support from the HCL Foundation, is it limited to the Chennai or other states also like Andhra, Tamil,
No, I
Telangana?
believe it's pan-India, but definitely you will get to know further when we are moving to the later stages and the different sessions that are in line.
Okay, great.
Yes, sir.
No, anything specific to HCL Foundation, we will take it up in the Q&A. In the following session, there is specific sessions for it, about the projects and everything. There is next session about HCL Foundation overview as well. So we will give the details, yeah. Thank you.
Madam, I am from Kadalur. The same scenario is happening in Kadalur also. But you are telling only in Chennai. The same flood situation, same coastal area, same fisherman community, we also have it. But is there any possibility, scope for extending to Chennai, madam, this CSR funds?
So definitely the interventions in any particular area are largely focused basis the larger requirement from the community. So if it is the same, like you're mentioning how it is the coastal area and how the impact of flooding is also hampering the geography there, definitely the CSR projects that would be focusing there would have a larger focus of water interventions. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for hearing me. Looking forward to meeting you outside. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your experience and your expertise with us. While sustainability provides the larger framework, meaningful change happens on the ground. And I'm sure everybody would believe that. Let us now take a closer look at how HCL Foundation translates the vision into action through its flagship programs. Our next speaker is Mr. Alok Verma, Project Director for Samuday and My Clean City at HCL Foundation. He has played an important role in leading through these flagship initiatives during these strategies and implementation to create a much more meaningful impact in the rural development and urban waste management. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Alok Verma. With him joining is Dr. Shantanu Basu, our Project Director, HCL Harit, HCL Foundation. He has been experienced for 18 years and he's specialized in CSR, environmental management and stakeholder engagement, bringing a stronger experience in projects execution, resource, and also delivering very high impact and scalable solutions. Requesting you to please take over the
First of all, a good morning to all of you. I welcome to all the partners who are here today in this grand symposium. It's a... Okay, thank you. So, as briefed, my name is Alok Verma. I am part of HCL Foundation for last 12 years. HCL Foundation, as some of you might be aware, was established in 2011, but it took a formal form in 2014. And some of you who have been our partners, some of you who are our partners, and some of you who would be our partner in the future. So warm welcome to all of you to this symposium. Today, most of us, myself, Shantanu, Prijo, Robin, we all represent different facets of HCL Foundation. Robin, a lot of you would know, is part of leading HCLTech grant. Prijo is also here. He is leading HCL Uday programs. Shantanu, of course, leads HCL Harit programs, and I am myself part of HCL Samuday and My Clean City program of HCL Foundation. So, as you are aware, HCL Foundation functions across the board. It works in the rural areas of India, it works in the urban areas of India, it works in the forest or environmental aspects of India, and through all its program, it seeks to achieve what is generally believed as sustainable development goals. So, through elevation of the urban poverty, through elevation of rural poverty, creating better habitats. So all these thematic areas are somewhere part of the HCL Foundation programs, and through these programs it seeks to transform India along with our partners. So over the years, over the years, we have developed a strategic program framework, and as I briefly talked about, there are different programs which cater to different requirements of development. So there are programs which are built around environment, and these cut across the different programmatic areas. So environment, we have Harit also, in HCLTech grant also we have environment portfolio, in Samuday also we have environment portfolio. So in this way, most of our programs are structured. Again, most of the thematic areas like education is covered in different program, gender inclusion is covered in different programs. So each program is structured into multiple thematic areas, and each thematic area strives to address the development goals that are in front of our community, our nation, and world as a whole. Currently, in its 12-year journey, HCL Foundation, it's working across the length and breadth of India. We are working through our various programs in more than 22 states, in more than 200 districts through its various programs. And with our hundreds of partners, we are engaging communities which are in the range of millions to improve their life, to bring about betterment in the community, to bring about betterment in the income, in the health standards, in the education standards, in the environment that we live in, and overall contribute to a better framework of development in keeping with the vision of our chairperson, Mr. Roshin Nadar, and of course our chairman emeritus, Mr. Shiv Nadar. Over the years, as we have gone through a journey, we have engaged with so many of our partners, and I know you guys have a lot of questions. Some questions we may be able to answer today, and some questions we may not be able to, but we'll make an attempt to answer all your questions. So we'll just give a very brief of our program. After that, we can continue forward and listen to what your questions are, what your understanding is, and how much we can solve it. So these symposiums are an effort on part of HCLTech grant program to engage with our partners, to not only build their capacity, as a testament of which is of course the 5th state which is showcased there, which is an annual publication under HCLTech grant, which codifies all our partners and the activities that they are doing and showcases their various success stories. In terms of programmatic, HCLTech grant, of course, it is focused on rural areas, and it is more partner-led, where the focus is that partners submit their proposals, and basis their excellence of their proposal, they are shortlisted and finally selected under 4 different categories. And of course, the 4 different categories are biodiversity, water, education, and health. And over the 10 years period, this has created a lot of sentiment in the country across, where people want to be part of HCLTech grant. They want to win this grant because it is a competition-based grant. So they want to win this grant, but of course, every year there can only be few winners. But through this process, I think the HCLTech grant team over the year has created a lot of knowledge capital, which has diffused through our partners in terms of capacity, in terms of understanding, in terms of creating a blueprint for the future, how to approach development, how to create proposals, how to implement the work also. And I think that is one of the success stories of HCLTech grant, and it is celebrating its 10 year. So a huge round of applause for HCLTech grant for celebrating its 10 years. Along with HCLTech grant, which is rural focused and based upon partner-led, we also have program of rural development, which is more internal to HCL Foundation. It is Samudaya. It is currently being implemented in states of Uttar Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. Lot of work is done and implemented in this program directly, and it's an area-based approach with an integrated model where all the facets of development, be it education, health, agriculture, livelihood, technology, energy, all are brought together to bring about development of an area. So in that context, we have Hardoi in Uttar Pradesh and Thoothukudi in Tamil Nadu, where it is being implemented. So I will leave Uday, so I'll just talk briefly more about Samudaya and Tamil Nadu. And we have been working here in Tamil Nadu for 3 years now under Samudaya. And as I said, it's more about direct implementation, but we also engage here also with some partners to implement what we call the pre-designed intervention, unlike HCLTech grant. So you will see as partners, one way of course is the HCLTech grant, where we focus upon competition and bringing out the best of the proposals from best of the partners. But likewise, within HCL Foundation, there are a lot of opportunities in other programs also, where RFP mode of proposals are invited from the partners. So under Uday also we invite proposal across the country, not just Tamil Nadu, as lady was asking. In Andhra Pradesh also we invite proposal, and across different states, wherever HCL Foundation is present, it has office, we invite proposal under different thematic areas. Under Samudaya also, whatever we don't implement directly, some proposals are also invited from the under RFP mode from the partners. Similarly, in other programs like Harit also, we invite proposals from our partners. So apart from HCLTech, there is also HCLTech grant. There is also a lot of opportunity for partners under our different programs, and hopefully some of you would already be partners, and some of you would become partners. So I'll stop here, and I think Priju would be talking about the Uday program. So over to Priju. Thank you.
Thank you, Alok. I'll just give a quick glimpse of Uday only, not take in detail. We'll further take these details in the Q&A. Uday is nothing but an urban development program with a specific focus on urban slum communities. So Uday, you can just browse. Anybody have studied how many HCL offices there in India in this group? Anybody? How many of you have taken effort to read HCL Foundation annual report in this group? Okay, one person has raised hand from the behind. So I would just request you all please study HCL Foundation annual report. 50% of your questions will get answered there. Where are the projects? What is that HCL Foundation is looking for? This is some homework for all the organizations. I would sincerely request you all. And wherever there is HCLTech business office, and there we have Uday program. To be in nutshell, very simple. Ma'am, to your question, in Andhra it is concentrated on Vijayawada and slightly towards Guntur because office is placed there and there are projects around that. Similarly, in Tamil Nadu we have in Chennai and Madurai, Uday, and in Thoothukudi we have Samudai, which Alok has presented. And just for a glimpse, you can already, the dashboard is visible. I need not present it again on the reach under Uday. And maybe we can skip this for now. We can take it forward on HCL Tech grant in detail. I would request Dr. Basu to come and give a slide overview on Harit, please.
Thank you, Alok and Prajo. So I'm not going to talk about the numbers. I'll probably talk about HCL Foundation's commitment towards environment through Harit and other initiatives. And previous presentation, we have seen in the CSR investment of around 35,000 crores things for probably one particular year thing. So historically, 25 to 30,000 crores has been spent every year under CSR, but unfortunately only 6 to 7% was spent on environment things. Now because of various sustainability approaches that has been taken up by various corporates or business groups, it has gone to probably around 9 to 13%. That's there. But from the very beginning, and it's been quite rooted, I think we have started the environment grant from 2018, Robin, along with education and health. So we want a committed approach that's there. And over the year in 2021, though there are certain environment works are happening, but HCL Foundation felt the need of a dedicated approach for environment action, climate action, and that's when Harit was created in 2021 to completely dedicate its efforts towards various environment, climate needs at various geographies that we work in. Currently, presently, HCL Foundation invests more than 22% of its CSR funds under environment. So that's one of the highest in definitely the industry we know. So HCL grant, it started with one grant, so environment has been converted to biodiversity, and water has been added as another category. So without splitting the grant side, it has been added. So definitely currently the 50% of the HCLTech grant is under environment. So that kind of states HCL Foundation commitments toward nature's natural resources and the climate challenges that India faces. Definitely this there are certain projects that happens in rural area, urban area, peri-urban, semi-urban area. Some of the projects are in coastal areas as well. But our commitment definitely it's growing with supports from similar organizations like you, and definitely we'll expect that certainly some of you will also join, like my previous speaker said, probably join us and take us to increase our environmental footprint and the commitment that's there. My Clean City, it's also led by Alok, one of the project that is improving
solid and liquid waste management systems and processes in an environmentally friendly way, working with civil administration in the city, with district administration, with local panchayat, villages, as well as various Nagar Nigams that's there. Currently, they are working with Noida Authority, Greater Noida Authority, and also district administration, Dadri, and also expanded to Agra and Allahabad area. So that's and they also kind of a streamline, but not only kind of integrating and bringing the communities together, working with government, working with civil society organization, working with community stakeholder, but also bring in a lot of technology inclusion to have a well-defined, managed, well-managed waste management project that's there. Sports for Change, I'll call Frijo probably to present. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Basu. And very quickly, so far we saw about our key flagship programs, which is Samuday, Uday, HCLTech, Grant and Harit. And there are some special initiatives which HCL Foundation has launched and has been successful last 5 years. And one of the key initiatives is Sports for Change. And this is primarily for the grassroots development. And this is across the country, wherever there's 20 states in the initial dashboard we saw. It is in rural as well as in urban areas, where there is a focused coaching program with nutrition, particularly in the government schools, urban slum communities and specific pockets of rural communities, which is going. And currently we have 22,000 students on active cohort, where the reach is close to 75,000 students so far. And we have a specific focus on para-athletes as well. How many of you are aware from Madurai, Jerlin Anika, who won the 3 Deaf Olympic gold medal, was our scholar from Madurai Government School. In Chennai also we have Kanishri, who won chess silver medal in Para-Asian Games. Similarly, last edition's Preeti Pal. So there's a lot of work which is going on para-athletes, which we are trying to scale up, and we have students who have represented national as well as international tournaments. This is another special initiative, which is My Heart. I don't know if anybody has seen My Heart portal. If you can browse through, yeah, there is few hands up. Very good. So there is My Heart portal. Please go through. This is not any current active project, like it is connecting artisans across the country, and there is a dedicated platform where the materials are crafts, everything is pre-verified, and we approve that material and helping the artisans for the linkage between market and the buyers. And there is a lot of creative projects which is running under My Heart. I really request you to go deep into this portal and look into My Heart initiative. And currently we have 4,500 plus artisans across the country with 40 plus clusters, and it is active in 13 states. Another biggest special initiative, this is Power of Fun. This is an in-house program specifically focusing on HCLTech employees, to invite them for volunteering in all the programs what we are seeing. There is an active role from HCLTech employees, and there is a payroll contribution which these employees do, which we are mapping for scholarship programs. For the first preference for the security and housekeeping, all our support staff, and our extended community students, all the sports scholarships, education scholarships, what you can hear in HCL Foundation is through this employee contribution, which is under Power of Fun. And there is a lot of business clients also of HCL do participate in this. The last one, anybody heard of HCLF Academy? Yeah, I can hear 2-3 hands. Thank you. How many of you have done the CSR Masterclass course? Very good. I would encourage everybody to please do take up this course and benefit. This idea came out of HCLTech grant only, how to work on the capacity building for NGOs, and there is active consultants from Ministry of Corporate Affairs who is part of this masterclass taking this session. So please do enroll and join. Yeah, thank you so much. And there is a lot of other webinar programs also which HCLF Academy runs. Thank you so much. And these are some awards and recognitions. I don't want to go in deep. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So that was a brief overview from our side. Just want to add few things and then you can ask. One of the most important questions that all of us keep getting asked is, of course, it is about grants. So everybody asks, what kind of proposal should be there? What should we do to win the grant? Those kinds of questions keep coming. Some things that, of course, there are expectations from our side for the partners. When we are looking at HCL Foundation, we definitely want a proposal to stand out. How does a proposal stand out is definitely. How does a proposal stand out? First, it should address a very real problem. That is what the jury is looking for. What problem is it addressing? So if it is a problem which is significant and impacts a lot of people, community, and taking up that problem and how the solution is structured. The structuring means, is it a feasible solution, what the partner is offering? Is it scalable? And when the partner is devising that solution, how committed is that partner that should come out from the proposal to its operations? Because one is the design and thought and philosophy, and the second is the operation of the solution. And the operation of solution, how clearly it has identified the challenges which would come in the operation, how the partner's proposal addresses those challenges, how robust their strategy is in terms of addressing challenge, and how that entire proposal culminates into the outcome which is expected in solving that problem. So I don't know how much clarity I have been able to give, but that's the broad spectrum in which the entire analysis of the proposal. It's a multi-stage analysis of the proposal, the background of the partner, the capability and everything, but that's the essence of it. So it has to be a very robust proposal backed by a very well and grounded understanding of the problem as well as the solution that has to speak out, and which the partner also has to demonstrate that it is capable of implementing that solution and how much linkage it can bring. It's not just about the grant that HCL is giving. How much it can, partner is able to dovetail it with other fundings, other capabilities, other resources. So all these are looked into, then only the proposal gets selected into the final jury round. And even then it becomes pretty tough. They just wanted to brief on that. Yeah, I think we can take any questions you want.
Just want to add one more point. As you have seen, while we are presenting all those programs, Samuday and HCLTech grant completed 10 years. Uday will be completing 10 years this year. My Clean City and Haritva will also complete in 2-3 years. It's a 10th year. So with that things, all these programs are long. So we, as in HCL Foundation, we don't do less than 1 year per project or most of.
Sir, you have to keep your mic.
Most of the projects are long-term projects. We do 3+1 year project, mostly design our project. But like Alok was mentioning about those problem statement, identifying those action that is required to find certain success full solutions towards those problem. So those long-term solution, we believe in long-term solution as this addressing these changes are not possible probably in just to doing one-off work. So that's how we evolved our programs into a long-term actions, and we'll probably continue this journey further. Thank you.
My name is K. Sir, your voice is audible. So you can speak.
My name is K. Pathuraman. I am from Jayadam University, Chennai. I have a small connection with HCL. What is the main difference between that is trust and the NGO? Whether we can able to generate through trust or not?
So trust and NGO. See, NGO. NGO is a general term. It's a non-governmental society, general term. Trust is a legal term, right? So NGO can be a trust, it can be a society, or it can be a Section 8 company, I think, right? So there are three different forms of structure available under legal or regulatory framework of India. NGO is a general term. It covers all these three. Any non-profit entity formed under the laws, it can be a trust. So HCL Foundation is a trust, right? It's a non-profit entity. It's a trust set up by HCLTech. Similarly, there are many trusts who work as NGO. There are many societies registered under Societies Act, which functions as NGOs, and there are many Section 8 companies which are registered under Companies Act, which also act as NGO. So these are legal forms. NGO is a general term. Thank you, Padmanabhan. Trust is eligible, right? Trust is eligible. Yeah, bro. So Ankit is our chief audit officer. He will be more at home answering this compliance related question. I think he has a session here.
Absolutely, sir. So I think the following session will be more on governance funding aspect of it. So we'll take those questions further. And if you have any other question regarding how the HCL Foundation initiative works altogether, we can definitely have further questions while we are having our lunch. So you can do networking with our experts there. So with this, I would request Alok sir to please remain on the stage, and thank you so much Dr. Basu and Prajo for all the insightful experience that you shared and the work that you've been done so far as part of the foundation. Thank you so much. So now I request Mr. Newton Raj, Senior Manager, Uday, HCL Foundation, to please felicitate Mr. Alok Verma. Let's give her a big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, so as we move from an idea to implementation, it's very important to remember that impactful programs are built not only on the vision, but also on very much stronger system, governance, and accountability. Now, I would like to request Mr. Robin Thomas to please introduce our next masterclass speakers.
It's my privilege to introduce the next panel of speakers. I think we had eminent speakers from morning onwards, and I thought I'll just take a moment and introduce them. So
Mr. Ankit Kumar, he is the Associate General Manager with HCL Foundation. So Ankit Kumar is currently working as an Associate General Manager, Internal Audit at HCL Foundation. By profession, he is a Chartered Accountant and Commerce graduate and brings close to 15 years of extensive experience in internal audit, risk management and compliance. In his professional career, he has worked with renowned organizations such as KPMG, HLFPPT and Genpact, building strong expertise across diverse industries. For the past 9 years, he has been an integral part of the HCLTech and HCL Foundation, where he has played a key role in strengthening governance framework, enhancing internal controls and driving audit excellence across the organizations. And he is the person, and he has a big team in HCL Foundation who's actually reviewing each and every bills submitted by the NGOs to the donors, especially like to HCL Foundation. And likewise, every foundation will have their audit team. So with Ankit's session, you will be able to understand what all are those parameters, what all are the things which they check while NGOs submit their report to the donors. That is one. And it's my privilege to also introduce Miss Anuradha NJ, who is who's the Emirates in HCLTech. She has also been part of HCLTech for more than 20 plus years, and she's taking care of the ethics and compliance for the global HCLTech. So I want to speak a little about Anuradha because we started, so earlier, HCLTech already has a CSR arm as HCL Foundation. We are already implementing our projects in India. But I don't know, many of you or many of us, we don't know that HCLTech also has a global CSR work which we are doing in 25 to 30 countries out of the 60 countries where we are present. So, and Anuradha is a person, so whenever we raise any NGO request, any NGO funding request for the global CSR, so Anuradha is the one who checks all their documents, all their trust documents, everything from A to Z. She has a big checklist which I have to fill because she gives homework to the NGOs and to us also. So we also have to fill those forms. So once she has a big ethics team there in HCLTech, so they, after their approval only, we can partner with any organizations. So may I invite Ankit and Anuradha to take this session. Thank you.
Yeah, so greetings and good afternoon. Yeah, it's already good afternoon to all of you. Welcome to this session. And so, like we were listening to a lot of stories, success stories of HCLTech for the last 5 decades, and a lot of success stories for HCL Foundation for last 1 decade. We should also be aware of how this success happened. It needs a lot of discipline, compliant approach, and obviously ensuring regulatory compliance and framework. So all this is possible definitely with a lot of audits, compliances, certifications which are needed every now and then to keep themselves updated and to abide by the laws of land. So moving to so what is audit? Mostly we all know what is audit. It talks about compliance and evaluating controls, etc. But I would like to add that at HCL Foundation, audit is just not a tick exercise. It is more to talk about, it's not a fault finding exercise, rather it is more to help our implementing partners or NGOs to build up their processes and help them in continuous process improvements so that they are ready, they are always ready and they are aware of the changes which are happening in the CSR and otherwise. So it helps strengthen the internal controls, ensuring governance, compliance, and financial transparency. Regarding the good governance part, I think our dear colleague Rohit would talk further about this. So this slide talks about the effective audit assurance and key benefits. We have to understand that there are obviously stakeholders are involved. So stakeholders, engagement, independence and objectivity, regulatory compliance, we were talking about all of that. So how important it is and how meaningful it is, I will just walk you through an example. In one of the symposiums, I would say 2 years back, I think it was edition 10, it was a symposium held at Rajasthan. When gentleman asked a question, in fact, more than a question, he was telling his own story regarding transparency, the importance and significance of transparency. His name is Motaram Ji. He's from one of the NGOs who was not working at that point of time with us, but currently they are associated with one of the flagship programs, Harit. They are working with the Harit team in the state of Rajasthan at Sikar. He gave an idea and he told how he ensures that he is able to demonstrate transparency in his work, where he is working actually in his area of work. So among the local community, he ensures that he will have a transparency mela, where he will exhibit all the related documents to all the stakeholders, to all the public, local public, so that they are also well aware of that what exactly is they are working on, what are the documentation they are maintaining, to ensure that not only the funding organization is having a confidence, but also the local community. And UDIN is obviously required because that is a mandate by Chartered Accountant Institute, ICAI. Similarly, certificate in Form 10B of Income Tax Act. And it is more important that we submit and maintain all these requirements like salary, wage, MIS details of employees which are working with the organization. So broadly talking about the scope coverage of the NGO audits which are being performed by HCL Foundation audit team, it talks about budget versus actual analysis, BVA. Similarly, we can talk about next is like compliance to MOU requirements. MOU is the legal binding document between implementing partner and HCL Foundation. So that the compliance to the same is really very important. Funds and the costs which are recorded and classified in transparent manner. So books of accounts have to be maintained in such a manner that it is easily available for review, and anybody visiting the organization or in the NGO is able to review. Expenditure should be obviously adequately supported by the and approved by the appropriate authority. And it has to be as per the predefined policies of the organization. We will later on talk more about the policies part as well. Again, I will re-emphasize on the importance of timely reporting, whether it is QPRs or KFRs. They are significant and it has to be submitted on time. So these kind of processes and policies must exist, like procurement, HR, fixed assets, etc. It is also important that we ensure segregation of duty, because if not, it may lead up to the conflict of interest, which obviously nobody wants to land into any sort of trouble at any later stage. See, we have to abide by all the laws of the land, so obviously all the applicable statutory and regulatory compliances have to be met. So this is the broader scope coverage, basically by which we do and perform all the audits for our implementing partners. Similarly, this is the audit checklist, you can say. So broad areas, as somebody was asking, difference between NGO and trust. So here it is written that whether it is trust deed, AOA, MOA, bylaws, it has to be ensured, and associated controls are also mentioned. Statutory compliances, organizational policies. When we talk about organizational policies, it is not only limited to procurement or HR, but it also talks about POSH, POXO, data protection, and conflict of interest policy. So it is good and in the interest of the organizations as well that they maintain and define policies, and it should not be a tick in the box exercise. Rather, the policy should be revisited every now and then. As Ambika was mentioning about the versions of the software updates, so it is equally important that we revisit our policies on a yearly basis, and if there are any updates required in the policies as per the changes in the law, so we must update our policies as well every now and then. So obviously financial management is one of the key areas or the key checklist, but apart from financial management, there are other things as well which we were discussing earlier. So under financial management, we have to see that no prior period expenses are booked, and whatever expenses are being booked, they are booked under correct expense head, and we are backed with the correct their documents and documentary evidence and supportings are there. Utilization certificates must be there, sent on the timely basis to HCL Foundation. Similarly, organization should work and incur expenditure as per the pre-approved budgets, so that there are no, later on there are no challenges. Again, ensuring the compliance with segregation of financial duties is a must. So we must ensure that at least there should be dual signatory when we talk about the bank authorized signatory. Gone are those days when one single signatory used to sign a check and it was fine. It is always important that there is a maker-checker control, and to ensure that at least two signatories are required, even doing for a online transaction. So again, cash is something, cash payments must be avoided. These days, we all know that UPI online payments are very easy to maintain and manage. So it is important that we avoid any sort of cash transactions to the extent possible, and any which ways there is a restriction by the Income Tax Act as well regarding the same. So again, governance, I will leave it to Rohit because he will cover it in detail in his session. Report submissions, again the similar kind of reports are required. Now when we talk about regular physical verification of fixed assets, so it depends on the volume of the assets, amount of the assets, quantity of the assets, depending on which you may decide whether quarterly PV is required or a half yearly is required. So depending on the volume of the fixed assets, amount of the fixed assets lying in the books of accounts, one may decide upon, and it should be pre-decided and predefined in the policy as well. And insurance is something which must be taken to avoid any sort of issues later on. Downstream partnership is something which is not encouraged by HCL Foundation. So we must ensure that if we are signing a MOU, we should abide by all the clauses mentioned in the MOU. So during the session, whatever improvement opportunities we were discussing, they are listed here. Procurement documentation should be maintained properly. It is very important that all the procurement related documents and processes are adhered to. Similarly, payment should, so any NGO partner who is working with HCL Foundation having a MOU value greater than 50 lakhs is required to have a dedicated bank account for HCL Foundation. So in this regard, it is very important that we don't transfer any money out of HCL Foundation dedicated bank account to our own account, NGO's account. So it is wise enough, it is important enough to actually make the transactions from that dedicated bank account itself. And whether we are maintaining our books of accounts in Tally or some other accounting software, it is required that we maintain a separate cost center or a separate books of accounts under the Tally, so that it is easily identifiable that this is the project of HCL Foundation and we are working on the same. Any over under utilization of certain approved budget line items must be pre-approved and should be in knowledge of the SPOC with whom you are working when you are working with HCL Foundation, because it is always better to report all these things prior rather than actually at a later stage. So compliances of MOUs like declaration to disclose the conflict of interest or any political affiliation is something which must be adhered to, ensured. Timely filing of statutory returns, this ESI, obviously we all know that now new labor code has been introduced. So significance was any which ways too much on these aspects, and now it has gone tremendously up. So we have to ensure ESI, CPF, professional tax, TDS, all these compliances are met. And obviously, if we are working in India, we have to ensure that we are abiding by all the laws of the land. So these laws are very important to be taken care of. Tagging of assets, when we talk about assets, it is very important that we maintain tagging of assets, insurance, and I was also talking about PV, physical verification of assets previously. And obviously, it is equally important that we have insurance policy to safeguard the organizational interest and to ensure any loss due to fire or theft can be taken care of. We have already talked about policies, so I will re-emphasize that all these policies are a must, and every organization must define all these policies. So now I will hand it over to Radha for the next couple of slides. Yeah. No.
Thank you, Ankit. So good afternoon to everybody. I am part of ethics and compliance team. Other than India, I oversee the global CSR activities conducted by the HCL Foundation. And I report into the Office of General Counsel on dotted lines and to the Chief Ethics and Compliance Officer. And he is also one of the jury member for the Americas grant that Robin had mentioned previously. So all the papers that come to us is reviewed by our team, and as he said, it has to be filled both by his team and also by the charity which is vetted by us. And once we go through all the registration and the financials and it is financially sound, we go ahead, we give okay to the, after performing the due diligence. And if you see, it is more like even before the charity or the NGO is being onboarded into the system, we perform the due diligence. And once it is a green, we just place a note before the ethics committee, which is comprising of the C-suite officers, and they go through all the, whether it is aligned with the core values of the organization and whether, the financially soundness is being reviewed by us, and then it is approved. So this has culminated in the good governance, and as HCLTech being ISO certified for 37001 of 2016, and currently we are heading towards the revised certification. And the certification is available in the external website. We've been certified for 6 years, and this is the recertification year. All this governance towards the, the CSR activity, what HCL Foundation does, everything is being audited, every year We undergo both internal and external audit by the certifying agency. And we are also been, honored with world's most ethical companies. You would have heard Ambika mentioning it in her second slide, and also, Vipul Arora. So that is the honor what we've obtained on various parameters against which we are reviewed by Ethisphere, which is the agency giving the honors. So ethical culture, governance, third-party management, all those are the parameters. So the NGOs and the charities come within the ambit of, third parties with whom we interact as an organization. So that is where the due diligence is performed by my team. So this is what I've explained now. So what are the requirements as a charity, as a, non-profit catering to the HCL Foundation? There should be a registration certificate submitted. What are the financials? What is the objective of the charity? And did they achieve that objective? They have to give their, past, the service offerings they've done to the society, proving their objective, and what is the purpose for which they want the CSR funds to be allotted to them. So these are some of the checks which we would do as part of the due diligence process. So this is in short about what our team performs and what just goes to the leadership, that is the ethics committee, which in turn approves. So thank you so much.
Okay. If there are one or two queries, I would request you can ask. This is the right time. Please raise your hands if you have any queries. I'll count until 3. Tick, tick, 1. I was very serious about it. Yes, we do have a question at the back.
This is just about the due diligence and ethical things what you are talking about, the NGO. Say government has their own guidelines for selecting an NGO which is doing for the due diligence and ethical communication. How do you guess you go along with the government version, or you have your own ethical guidelines for yourself to select a NGO?
So you are talking about due diligence?
Ethical.
Ethics. Okay. I'm not sure.
It comprises of both what the government website has, and we also verify the other documents. We also have a checklist in place.
It go in compliance with the government. It will go, and you have your own way of looking at it. That's what I want to ask you.
No, we don't have our own way. We go along with what the law says and how it is, formulated. The checklist is formulated on par with it.
Okay. Thank you.
So just would like to add one thing over here. So before onboarding any organization into HCL Foundation, we also have a process of due diligence. Obviously, it is as per the laws and the compliances only, but we have an internal process. So before onboarding any organization under any flagship program, we kind of do due diligence as well, basis the checklist. It is mostly to do with one-time submissions, as I was showing it to you. So it is not more about the transaction side to it, but it is more to regarding the compliance side of it. So we do have a process of due diligence, not only at HCLTech grant, but also for other flagship programs.
Sir, a small concern when you are giving the list of documents to be maintained, PF and ESA has to be detected. as NGOs, we want to give PF, ESI and other statutory benefits, even gratuity. But unfortunately, the donors, some of the donors, they are not willing to pay the contribution for the PF. The second thing, those who have FCRA thing, they have 20% of administrative cap, which includes staff salary. So it's also a problem for the NGO. So I don't know how many of them have registered under PF, but how will you rate in this kind of situation? Because NGOs are already facing a problem. Maybe HCL might be kind enough to pay the PF, ESC, gratuity, everything as per the law. But other donors are not willing to pay. They are very clear. What is your administrative cap in that case? And how will you rate the NGOs when they are not for the core stuff, they are trying to do it. But on the project basis, for 1 year, 2 year project, for example, you are giving 2 years project. So how will you rate? It's very difficult for the, like the same thing by other donors, it's difficult for the NGOs to maintain those standards. So how will you rate and what would be the solution? Thank you.
So for HCL Foundation, I can say that yes, we do have a process that during the budget discussions itself, we kind of have a we've inbuilt that cost, that whether it is PF, SIC, any statutory compliance cost, we kind of take it up, and that is a part of the budget broadly. Because obviously if we are expecting our implementing partners to ensure paying all sort of amounts, so obviously that has to be a win-win for both of us. So we have to invest as well during our, and in the budget discussions itself, we take care of the same. Regarding the other part, agencies, obviously it is important for them as well to comply with the laws of land. So I would request you and all the implementing partners to, at the time of budget discussions itself, please make this as an important discussion point rather than taking it up at a later stage. What happens really is during the RFP process, we kind of go overboard and just to get the work, right? At that point of time, that is the most important thing. But at that point of time, we should also see that we have actually enough calculated enough to take care of those associated costs as well. So please ensure, I would request all of you to ensure that these costs are not compromised, because these are just not the employee costs, these are compliances as well. And government these days, we all know, they have become very strict and we have to abide by the compliances.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much.
This ESI minimum number of staff required as per the government regulator. Should we follow that, or it is compulsory even if the less number of staff is there, we have to pay ESI?
No, as per the act only.
As per law only.
Yeah.
Great. So thank you for that insightful masterclass. And now I would request Mr. Anub, Manager Uday, HCL Foundation, Chennai, to please felicitate.
Thank you, all of you. Thanks.
Mr. Ankit Kumar. Yeah, he is our professional photographer for the foundation, and he makes sure all the pictures comes out really well. So thank you for that. Okay, great. Moving forward, I would request Ms. Anuradha to please come on the stage, and thank you once again for giving that and also like sharing your expertise as part of this. And I would request Ms. Aishwarya Sai Lakshmi, Senior Program Officer, PO1 Chennai, to please felicitate ma'am. Come on, can we have a huge round of applause? Great, great, great. Okay, so now moving forward, I just have a question. I would like to request you all to raise your hands depending on the thematic that you work. This will just basically help us understand that from which field mostly people are part of and how you can do better networking during the lunchtime, okay? So people who are mostly working on water related work, if you can just raise your hands. And the crowd can also look around that who you're working with or who your other partners are. Next, biodiversity. Okay. NGOs that works on health thematic. Oh, wow. That's a great number for health. Okay. And finally, we have education. Oh, great. The room is filled with health and education. Amazing, amazing. So now that we have already discussed about the governance and project implementation part, now we move into conservation at the intersection of technology and conservation. From AI-powered wildlife monitoring to digital social for water security, this panel will explore how innovation is shaping responses to environmental challenges. The panel topic is digital ecology, leveraging the AI and IoT for water security and biodiversity monitoring. To enhance this discussion, we are joined by exceptional panel experts representing conservation, sustainability, technology, and academia. And it's my privilege to introduce them. We are joined by Mr. Avni Kumar Verma, Senior Advisor and Subject Matter Expert at HCL Foundation, a former Indian Forest Service officer and an ex-head of Forest Force and Chief Wildlife Warden, Karnataka. He brings in expertise in forestry, wildlife, and environmental sustainability. Sir, please join us on the stage. Maybe once the... Okay, moving forward, we have Dr. Charutat Kulkarni, Principal Scientist, School of Sustainability, IIT Madras, an earth scientist and an educator with over 18 years of experience. She works at an intersection of science, policy, and sustainability development. We also are joined by Dr. Shantanu Basu, Project Director at HCL Harit, HCL Foundation's Green Initiatives. With over 18 years of experience in environmental management and CSR, he leads large-scale sustainability and intervention across various geography. And Dr. Saurav Moitra, Founder Chairman of Wild Vision AI Foundation, a data scientist and an AI expert with over 19 years of experience focused on technology-driven solution for conservation. May I now also request our moderator for this session, Ms. Ritika Verma, Associate Vice President, Growth and Impact, CSR Box, to kindly take over the guide and also discussion going forward. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to request all the panelists to please join the dais.
Are we going to talk in a sequence? Lower mic.
Yes, it's a first topic.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Okay. Yeah. Moving forward, as the introduction has already been given about the topic and how we want to move forward to understand how the ecology and the biodiversity area is changing and how we can incorporate the AI that we are talking about since morning to have better decision making and better interventions planned. We'll start with discussing like how, what is the current understanding around biodiversity and what are the current challenges. And I would request Dr. Charota to start with it and give us a brief understanding of how is it going about at present and what are the current gaps and challenges that we want to also have highlighted here.
Is this working? Is it working? Am I audible? Yeah, okay. Wonderful. Thank you so much. I think it's a wonderful thing to be able to talk to people. No? You're not able to hear? Now? Okay, fine. Yeah. So I think the first thing I'm going to do is, as an academician, I'm going to be disruptive, right? So I'm going to move the focus of this F for fancy. I don't think. Are you able to hear?
Try this.
It's almost going into my mouth. Is this fine? Okay, perfect. So as I said, like as an academician, I'm bound to be, as a researcher, I'm bound to be disruptive. So I'm going to change the focus of the F word we have here, which is F for fancy, to change it to F for fundamentals, right? So when it comes to biodiversity, water, or like all sorts of topic that we will discuss today, the science is very clear about how we are going or what direction we are taking. So science is very clear about telling us, in letting us know that the earth is finite, it has finite resources, and our consumption patterns are not matching with it. And that is where in very, very technical terms, we call them as planetary boundaries, right? You might have heard this word. So planetary boundaries are nothing but various different things, starting from, how much carbon dioxide we put into the air, into the atmosphere, all the way going to the oceans, how oceans are getting warmer and warmer, or how much ozone we are depleting. That ozone is trying to get us back in terms of, like carrying all sorts of diseases and whatnot. So except a couple of air quality related, or couple in the sense, to be very, very precise, 2 out of these, like 9 planetary boundaries, these are the only ones that are currently safe as we speak. Things might change as we speak. So the moral of the story that science has been telling us, and we have been communicating that in all sorts of ways, that this is where we have been. And we also know what are the cons of that, right, in the sense. But at the same time, science is also clear about what are the pros of that. So science has also developed simultaneously how we monitor things, right? And then on the basis of that, we are talking about the boundaries are being met or not being met, essentially. So I'll bring the focus back to the word biodiversity. And this is where I have to break down this word into bio and diversity, right? So if I ask this question very, very clearly to the audience, that when we say diversity or when we say biodiversity, what color comes to your mind? All sorts of colors. But if we are talking about the biodiversity, which color comes to your mind very, very readily? Green. Yeah, important, very, very important, because we always associate diversity, and I think Shantanu will agree with me. I might be stealing some of your talking points, I'm sorry. But I just wanted to, bring back the focus on the word diversity, because we don't look at biodiversity in a very diverse way. So when we look at biodiversity, we think only about forests being green and what sorts of trees we might be planting. We always think about those trees which are there. So, but if you look at India as a subcontinent, we call it a subcontinent for a reason, right? So we have all sorts of physical features in it. We have mountains all the way in the top. We have mountains, we have Western Ghats, we have Eastern Ghats, right? But we also have much of the so-called peninsular India, the central part of India as well, or the southern part of India between 2 Ghats in general. If you look at the, if you bring back the Indian map in front of you, we look at one of these major regions, literally up to 75%, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that region is not necessarily green. That region is not necessarily any kind of forest, be it a evergreen, evergreen forest, or a deciduous, meaning sort of not peninsular or perennial forest as such. So we have to think about diversity in a very, very different way. Once again, bringing back science into the center of the picture, science is also very, very clear about what we are thinking in terms of ecosystems are not ecosystems we should be thinking about. We should be thinking about what are the different mountain ecosystems that are there. Within that, what are the different types of ecosystems, subtypes of ecosystems. And then thinking from that point of view, we are then able to think about how we monitor those systems. So I think the way we are going in terms of the technology, right, bringing the AI and IoT. So IoT, once again, I'll let him speak about IoT and AI. But the thing is, when we start monitoring something, we have to have certain assessment tools. And even, as I said, like we do have the basic so-called traditional assessment tools in terms of how we measure water quality, how we measure water quantity, how we measure soil measurements, or people like me who actually look at the landscapes from the very long-term lens. We also look at how landscapes transform across the time for millions of years or then millennia, for example, and then think about what has been the land use, like 10,000 years back, 5,000 years back, 1,000 years back. And then we think about how people, like have been part of the landscape or not. And that detachment is also part of the assessment, which has been part of our traditional assessment systems. So thinking about, ecosystems in general and going towards actual monitoring, to be specific, getting into, technology involved. So that is one of the ways in which we have to start thinking, or rethinking, to be very precise, about what land we are trying to work, what kind of landscape we are working with, and what that landscape entails to us also as human beings. So that is where I think the technical terms you might have heard, such as the ecosystem services. So what this particular ecosystem, particular landscape is telling us, and how we are able to then bridge the gap between, like what science is saying, what science is able to provide. Science, I think, is thought, traditionally speaking, science is always thought that science should stay in the labs and nothing else. But there are actual monetary systems we do have in place, which can then be enhanced with XYZ technology. Although I'm coming from IIT Madras, I'm not going to talk about technology at all. I will rather focus on the other bits of it, which makes that particular system also sustainable. So going...
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Charutta. In order to be also in the time, I think we are pretty much clear on how the ground realities are right now. And we would also want to understand how it comes up from the forest governance side. So Mr. Verma, from the experience that you have, we would like to understand how the forest governance can be incorporated in this, and how can we focus on different aspects of it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Ritika, for bringing me on the panel. Well, as you know, forests are resource and repository, both for the biodiversity as well as water. And Dr. Charutta has very clearly already explained the importance of this sector. Now, in forest department, it's the problems of the forest sector, the biodiversity sector, and hence the water sector. They face the crucial problem of excessive use. The resources are limited, but the uses are endless. Right from the people who depend on it, living on the fringe of the forest, the tribals, to the people who are living in the big towns like us. Urbanization, fragmentation, the felling of trees for development works, destruction of watersheds, all these things are affecting the governance of the forestry sector. The technological aspect to check them is very much there. We are also into the fields, whatever Dr. Basu and Dr. Kulkarni have spoken about, they are available with us. The IoT, the Internet of the Things, the IT itself. But no one can replace the groundwork. And we have no doubt developed our own GIS platforms, our own MIS systems, drone photography, and so many other things, particularly in wildlife conflict, about which my friend Dr. Saurav would speak. But the issue is how to meet the basic resource. We are able to monitor, but are we able to create that resource? Are we able to sustain that resource? I'm sorry to say that despite all the efforts, we are lagging far behind. I must give you the reason for this. The forest service per se directly, indirectly contributes almost to 2% of the GDP, which is not counted by economists, because grazing is free, lifting bamboo and small timber is free, and so many other services, ecosystem services, just now spoken to by my predecessor. However, the fund which comes to the service, to the sector, is barely 0.2% of the Indian government budget or state government budget. Only now people are talking of little bit more investment into biodiversity sector and water conservation and forestry sector, because now they are seeing the reality. So there, the IT sector and IoT sector is going to help us in finding out the new methods of regenerating these forests. For example, we can have our, the power drillings, seedings, the drone seeding, the aerial seeding, to take up large scale afforestation. India is a signatory to bond declaration in which we have to contribute almost 26 million hectare of degraded forest into the forestry sector. Although we have completed 21 million hectare, which is a huge feat, still 5 million hectare we have to cover in next 5 years. Now to that we must have very good technological input in our afforestation sector. Similarly, in the field of protection, conservation, monitoring, we need not only the groundwork but also from the sky, from the drones, from the satellite imageries. All those things are being helped to be established in government sector by various organizations, including government itself. We all have remote sensing centers in our states, in almost every state. Therefore, the technology is very much helping us. But I wish we could bring more of it into day-to-day issues faced by our frontline staff, people who are actually protecting the forest, the beat guards. We have some system evolved in which he can find out the tree felled and he can report to us through its WhatsApp messages, through the monitoring system which we have established at the head office. However, due to deforest, where the connectivity is very poor, we try to have our solar panels also, solar batteries also, but even they conk out. So the communication is patchy and we do not have the on-the-line information, on-the-time information. Therefore, technology as well as the people going to the field has to go hand in hand. We need a lot of training. We need a lot of support from government, from even NGOs have been collaborating with the department in many states. Shantanuji is here. He will be speaking about this collaboration with many state governments. We have benefited from those things. So I would, Ritika, probably stop here saying that yes, the role of IoT as well as IT is very much realized by us and we are at it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Verma. I think continuing to the same point, we can discuss and move towards having the detailed version of how AI and IoT can be used in this by Dr. Saurav.
Hi, thank you. So I'll be very quick on this because I will focus more on your questions for understanding instead of giving you in-depth idea about AI. What I wanted to say, AI or technology is there to enhance the capability of the ground staff. It is never meant to replace some jobs. In forest, we are seeing implementation of AI, IoT or AI-based drones is actually saving lives, not only for the villagers, for the forest staffs as well. What happens in forest, any casualty or injury happens is because of the surprise. Means if human or any of the animals are surprised, they normally attack each other. So with AI, we cannot stop an elephant to attack a person, but at least if we keep the villagers informed that there is an elephant coming to your way in next 10 minutes, please don't come out of the house, at least we can save the life. That's the implementation of AI, what we are seeing all over India. In Tamil Nadu, we have 3 major areas where AI is being implemented. One is Hosur, another one is Coimbatore, that is Madukarai railway track, and one is a Gudlur. And we have seen a drastic changes in the casualty, both human and elephants. Now coming back to your next topic about the communication and others. Yes, when we are in forest, our resources are limited. we don't have communications. If there is a water body, we don't know what is the condition of the water body unless we send a person. Now, second problem. In a forest, we cannot send one person. We have to send 3 more along with them to make sure that guy is safe. So here comes the technology. We are using drones. Now, you may ask how we can use a drone when my guys doesn't know how to fly it. So there comes AI, where AI is actually flying the drone and giving you the analysis of your biodiversity, your humidity levels, your forestation and deforestation in a 3D map. So using IoT and AI and the communication network, we are able to monitor the actual real-time situation of any kind of forest, which in turn gives the analytical reports to the forest department so that they can build a strategy on top of it. Now here we have a huge play of the NGOs who can use this analytics data, do the research, and can contribute positively towards the betterment of the forest. So this is like a 1-year course I have given in like 1 minute, so I will not go in depth. I will open up for questions in our Q&A sessions and we'll be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saurabh. Moving forward to also understanding it from the sustainability aspect and from the aspect of how to scale and have the scalable interventions, I would request Dr. Shantanu to please go ahead and have the detailed version of how can we do the scaling and make it sustainable also.
Thank you, Ritika, and thanks to the HCLTech grant team for having me here. First thing is definitely we need to implement project on ground. We need to understand the problem. We need to find the pathways to address the problem, and also we need to ensure that while looking for solutions, we are not creating leakages in that problem so that the solution coming to particular place but adversely affecting some other areas. So we have to go for a holistic approach, and that is probably required when you go for scale. Now, there are various things like when we want to create the baseline, identify the problem statement, identify the problems, identify the solutions that's there. Now, the entire crowd here, you are coming from a part of grassroots organization. You have actually are on ground implementing project, different aspects. That's there, so you know the pain to create a project, identify those issues and finding a solution over a long time frame. Now, so this is what is required. Now, IoT or AI, what can support is to minimize certain times, maybe creating identifying the problems, like they mentioned, maybe satellite-based technologies, drone-based technologies, or certain ground-based technologies, which will be easy to carry out based on various parameters that are there. So when we identify a large scale, those problems, and also reduce the timeline, we'll be able to implement those projects at scale. Because probably first phase, when we are understanding the problem and doing the first fresh project, it may take 4-5 years. But if we kind of try to implement the next phase of the project, if we also take the same time of year, that is probably somewhere, some point of time, maybe slightly waste of time, money and effort. So there comes AI and IoT. So they are not replacing anything. They are enabling us, supporting us to reduce those timelines. Ultimately, projects we have to implement. They are, IoT and AI are giving us better decision-making powers, better support to handle the project, better way to kind of assess and report those projects. And that is the use of it. They are developed. They are definitely not developed to replace the project. AI, so nobody in this room believe that AI, IoT going to implement a problem from the start of a project to the end of the project. That is where the civil society organization, we are working about there for on any problems on biodiversity, on water. Many problems are little environment issues. Those NGO organization are working on things. They will all agree that most of this problem has require a little longer time frame to see the desired impact on certain times. So those things definitely we need to use tools and techniques and various opportunities and options and digital technologies to enable us to deliver or reach to the next milestone quicker than earlier. So that is the purpose, and I think that with that we'll be able to scale and replicate that project in a larger landscape or probably a larger domain area. Yes, Ritika.
Thank you, Dr. Shantanu. With this, we have discussed a lot about different aspects, but we also want to hear from you and get your questions so that the panel can answer those questions and clear all the doubts that you have in this respective area. So we are open for questions if anybody has any. No questions? Yes, please. Yeah.
My question to you is, based on your experience, what are your thoughts on the impact of regulatory changes on biodiversity in the past 15 years? Can you please answer this question?
Thank you for this question, because this is very relevant even for Department of Biodiversity throughout the country. You know, the Biodiversity Act and rules which are in implementation for the last 15 years, they have done some very good thing. And best thing to answer in a very short manner, to have that access benefit sharing with the biodiversity management committees at the village level. As per the Act, the Biodiversity Act makes it mandatory to have a biodiversity management committee headed by the local people at panchayat level, where, you know, gram level, or wherever it is feasible. And that committee will prepare a people's biodiversity register to assess what kind of resources they have got. And then, if anyone is using those resources for commercial purposes, he has to pay to that management committee certain percentage of their revenue. Only yesterday, two days back, I was reading in the newspaper that almost 25 crore rupees, if we talk the benefit to community in terms of money, it has come to these BMCs thanks to biodiversity rules. So that is one very big achievement, because unless the local people protect biodiversity, it is not possible for any department to do that. So to that extent, these rules have been very, very beneficial. Of course, internationally also, now we are in alignment with whatever is happening abroad. Now the biodiversity rules are being brought in to go up to genetic resources, to the DNA factor. This was a sleeping giant, I would say. It's still sleeping, because most of our committees are not yet functioning properly. BMCs I am talking about, due to lack of awareness. And of course, there were certain implementation problems, so the rules have been little bit modified by the last amendment. The parliament is approved. Now so much bureaucratic control is not there. So that would also help in further taking up the entire process. Regulatory changes, yes, regulatory changes, well, it depends on from which side, what perspective. If I am looking from the government side or from the regulatory side, then definitely it has helped me in stopping those leakages or plugging those leakages, because my biodiversity resource was going from my forest, from my common areas, and I was not aware of that. But if you see those regulatory changes from the perspective of the practitioners, from the perspective of the commercial utilizers, they are finding it a bit of pain. Like any regulatory thing brings pain to the people who are not used to till now having such controls over them. So a lot of legal conflicts have come, a lot of problems from the market side has also come. So regulatory changes, I would say, it is good also for the people who are controlling it, and not so good for those who were not under this control till now. I hope to some extent, if you want to ask some direct question. Okay. Okay, maybe I have not understood your question, probably. Regulatory changes in terms of but regulatory changes in terms of affecting the regulation, affecting the acts and rules. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It has affected, the regulatory changes have affected almost all the stakeholders. Maybe when we meet during lunch break, probably it's question of understanding. Thank you very much. Anyway.
Maybe just a small point I'd like to add while we are talking about biodiversity. So India's protected area or government managed areas are pretty small. Probably 10 to 15% of the total geographical areas of the total areas is governed by government things. Rest, it's kind of a common land or community-based land. So I think there are there are government regulation what you identify, but definitely there are a lot of regulations out there which are managing inside the protected area. But also there is a parallel need of creating community-based conservation and governance that is required and that we are working on, because most of the biodiversity is probably in outside the protected area or outside the government managed area. So, and that's where the role of organizations like you comes in. And they can definitely contribute there, working with community, working with various other similar organizations that's there to conserve the local biodiversity there. We cannot restrict or limit within certain boundaries. They are kind of a free moving, and we have to ensure that they have the right or they get space to move freely. And that's what we are looking at things. So in terms of definitely like what we have seen so far environment project under HCL Foundation, definitely government, we are not able to work inside the protected area. We only worked outside the protected area, in the buffer area, in the community areas, and that's how we are building those success stories or biodiversity conservation things. And that's thing, because government runs its own mandate, they have their own rules and regulations, they have own systems. So definitely as a civil society organization, we are not always allowed that's there. We partner. So thing is, HCL Foundation has partnership with things. We have partnership with Karnataka Forest Department. We partnered with Tamil Nadu Forest Department to work up reserve forest as well as national park area on certain aspects. But those are very specific things that's there. But it has to be outside. So largely, what we conserve, talk about restoration or kind of a conservation of biodiversity, it's outside the reserve forest. I think you want to add.
Can I?
I have been indicated. Yeah, 30 seconds.
30 seconds, okay. So I think, sir, there are two things. I think, and I can incorporate her question as well in that. So the thing is, there is a time now, and I think forest departments, they have also realized that this regulatory part within the regulatory change has to be reduced. And it has happened in India as well. So when it comes, so I'll give you an example. For example, fires. Fires had been a big no-no when it comes to, like forest departments, and you have been in service for a while. So, but things have changed, because when as a scientist, when I go, and I have worked in agroforestry areas in Western Ghats, which I had a big no-no, but then there is a difference between just Shantanu just said that the protected areas, and we have agricultural areas next to it. So they do like to use fire as a management, which is a traditional fire management or landscape management system. And people were able to do that with low intensity fires, and although there were regulations not to do it, there had been a regulatory change where people were able to do it within those respected areas and not go into the protected areas. And for human influence, human dominated landscapes like Indian landscapes, it's extremely important for us to understand that the conservation has to go beyond protected areas, and we create the landscape connectivity, right, within those areas. And there, when there is a landscape, there will be people, right, irrespective of what is the population density, but there will be people. And then checking that these people and landscape dynamics together, we have had this regulatory changes happening, which has acted positively towards biodiversity.
Ma'am, on that,
Thank you.
may I ask you a question?
Sir, I am really sorry. I have been interrupted twice. But we'll definitely, when we break for lunch, you can individually ask any panelist any question. Ma'am, for you also, I know you had a question. But maybe the team can also take note of questions that anybody has and can be circulated to the panelists. Thank you so much for the enriching discussion. And I hope you got something to take away from this. And also, thank you to all the panelists here. Thank you.
Great. So, yes, that was truly an amazing and insightful discussion that we just had. Let us once again give a big round of applause to our esteemed panelist guests for sharing valuable perspective. And I'm sure we are all taking a lot of notes. And thank you so much once again. Now, proceeding with felicitation for our guest, I would request Ms. Anuradha NG to please come on the stage and felicitate Mr. Avni Kumar Verma. Let the energy keep going and the applauses as well. Yeah. Next up, we have requesting Marshall Kumar from our HCL Foundation to please felicitate Dr. Charutat Kulkarni. Yeah. Requesting Ms. Geeta Priya, Program Officer for Sports for Change, to please felicitate Dr. Shantanu Basu. Thank you, Dada. Okay, now I would like to request Maria, our Program Officer Uday, to please felicitate Dr. Saurabh Moitra. And finally, I would request Ms. Shailene Kaushal, Manager of HCL Grant, to please felicitate our moderator, Ms. Ritika Verma. Thank you so much for making sure that it finishes on time. So yes, thank you so much, and also for moderating. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's keep the energy moving. Up next, we have another exciting segment of the event, a masterclass on good governance matter. It's a privilege to introduce our speaker, Mr. Rohit Bahadur, CSR consultant with HCL Foundation. With over 3 decades of experience in CSR, governance and impact assessment, he is respected voice in our social development sector. Over to you, Mr. Rohit.
Thank you. So I've been Vanakkam, Chennai. Vanakkam. And let me tell you that I was born in this city, though I don't know Tamil that well. I've been given this a very tough task of finishing the session in 10 to 15 minutes. I think there have been many, many speakers before me who've actually touched upon many elements of governance. I'll request the team to put on the slides, please. Yeah. And I'll just keep the session actually very short and more experience-based. And to keep the energy going, I'd like all of you to actually speak, right? So I will be more or less just sort of facilitating the session, touching upon one or two aspects. Maybe we'll move through things very quickly and focus this session more on how all of you should actually leverage your board, because the board is a very essential part of your overall, governance. So before that, just touching upon one concept that I very strongly feel that governance goes beyond compliance. So many of the speakers have talked about, ticking the box, and I know the regulation scenario is, I feel so bad. Next year is going to be, terribly tumultuous, because from having an 80G to 12A, you will be an RNPO. If you have foreign money, FCRA has undergone a change. Now the rules have also undergone a change. One gentleman here talked about ESI, right? I empathize. I know for smaller NGOs, many are contract employees, right? So labor codes comes last. Even in compliance, if I was an NGO, I would make sure, my income tax compliances and other compliances come first, and then some of the labor code compliances come next. So I understand that. And, the labor codes are, also being introduced. There will be a higher burden now, with the new labor codes, because, you will have to keep, your basic wages at 50%, fixed contract employees, which is something which a lot of NGOs do to save on actually paying some of these taxes. Now the contract employees are actually going to come back into the ambit of, the gratuity and ESI payments. So it's going to actually increase your budgets and make it more difficult. But let's put all the compliance maybe aside a little bit. According to me, governance is more philosophical in nature, right? It is something which is integral to, an NGO, its core values, etc. It's really the wheels around which what makes you move, in addition to your mission and vision, which actually focuses on your impact. So let me now just, with a show of hands, understand from you, what is your size? So how many of you are under 50 lakhs per year budget? And how many are between 50 to 1 crore? And how many are 1 crore plus? Okay, so many large NGOs here. So a majority of you, are already steeped into the, tenets of governance and would be understanding a lot of these things. So largely speaking, the audience is around 40 to 50% over 1 crore. So more or less, I would say, on the larger side. And the rest of you are falling in a slightly smaller bracket. So let's just very quickly skip some of these elements of governance and move But before we talk about the board, let's just quickly understand from a few of you, when you talk about governance, right, what comes to your mind? What is one word or one sentence? And then we'll just quickly move to talking a little bit about how you can leverage your board and some different structures here. Sir, just stand up and shout. I'm not going to forward the mic, otherwise we will take too long. Policies? Okay. Policies? Finance policy. Okay. Legal compliance? Transparency? Wonderful. Great. Fantastic. Culture? Yes. Yes, absolutely. Perfect. So there are a lot of answers here, right? So it's basically a very wide and all-encompassing topic. So it is the wheels, it's the background, it's the philosophy of an organization, it's the intent, it's the cultures, it's the rules. It gets translated into policies. It gets translated. The governance gets actually translated into a structure. And this structure is compliance driven on the one hand, but a large part of your governance is not compliance driven, but self-regulated. And it moves then towards transparency as to how you want to be transparent to your various stakeholders. So in the center of this, a large part of it is self-regulation, which actually goes to actually create a governance structure. So very quickly now, let's just move on to some of the myths, of governance, because a lot of us feel that, governance is very expensive, and many of us actually put it as a lower priority because we are steeped with so many other things that we have to do, and it's very, very, understandable. But one tip I would like to give all of you is that, governance is not very expensive. And one tip is that if you don't restrict or think of governance as only an organization cost, right? Which can actually be fitted into your administrative overheads, because we all have a squeeze, on administrative overheads, and the percentage there. So if I would look at governance and how I would want to spend on governance, I would look at every line item in your budget, whether it is your organization or your project, right? And I would just draw a column and I would try and think of a very, very small percentage of each of the line items as to how I can structure that to further my governance initiative. So it could be project salaries, right? Now, how do I structure that better? Do I have the policies and procedures? Anything around HR, even some of your strategic policies like POSH in terms of, documentation or implementation, you can actually put a very small percentage of every line item and see within that, how with your existing structure, you can actually bring forth better governance in your organization. It's just, and you can actually pass that on to the stakeholder who is working on that particular budget line item as well. So that's just a tip, right? Then governance is free. But there is a focus on making sure that some element of this actually gets built into your, day-to-day activities. So if a lot of you are larger organizations, so you would know this, but before I get on to this, it's very important to think beyond the board, which is there for compliance purposes, because many people are hesitant to be on boards because of the accountability that they have, or some of the liabilities that they have to actually be on the board, right? And also, for example, if you're a Section 8 company, you can have a board with just 2 people, right? So So the idea when you look at a board or to build a board is as actually to look beyond compliance and to also see that if within your existing board you can't fit something in, you should actually look at building a board of advisors. And within the board of advisors, it's very important that you leverage on the skills that you actually need for that time frame, right? You pick people up from the community that you're actually serving. And very, very critical is that how engaged is your board, right? If your board is not engaged, you've got to make sure that you try and rotate them out, get in more members, etc. So when you actually look at an effectiveness of the board, it's very, very important to see the level of engagement. And, you know, I've gone and met many NGOs, talked to many boards, and this is where I find that there could be a lacuna or there could be a failure, right? And it's very important for you as NGOs, irrespective of the size, to maximize what you can from your board. If you look at a couple of things which boards focus on, now if you look at the responsibilities of the board, I'm not going to go through each of these, but one thing which is missing is fundraising, right? So fundraising and strategic planning are two things which always come up as something which the board needs to sort of focus on. So if you are, wanting to get into a sort of a fundraising sort of mode as well, it's very important for you to get in the right members and to leverage them, in the right direction. So I wanted you to speak. You spoke a little bit. I want you to just read what is on the screen and share with. I want a few of you to share with all of us how your board constitution and functioning changes with the nature of the organization that you are, or the size that you have, or the geography that you're in, or some of the themes or the type of work that you're doing. So I wanted some of you to think about this. I'll give you 2 minutes, and I wanted you to sort of share, your experience here. And we'll take 2 or 3 people to talk, and after that we'll take a round of questions and we'll wrap up the sessions. Yeah. We'll get some people to talk, sir, first, then we'll take the questions. Yeah, I'm very happy to answer as many questions as you have. Right? Yeah. Please introduce yourself, ma'am, and just very little bit. It's on. And if you can just very quickly share something.
Good day all. I am Nagalakshmi, CEO, Prerana NGO. I did my master's degree in social work and Bachelor of Law. I have more than 25 years experience with the community development, 16 years experience with the government, and 10 years experience with an NGO. About our questions, age and maturity of an NGO. As a basic social work student, I initiated an NGO. It's only purely women NGO, women guided NGO, who are from the different sectors like social work, agriculture, animal husbandry, like that I selected. And we discussed it, and like-minded friends are the promoted an NGO. First question. Size and capacity and fundraised and managed employees. It is with our personal experience, and all of us having the background experience.
Ma'am, you should focus on how your board is different if any of these factors, basis on any of these factors, not your NGO. So,
I'm taking an example of Prerana. I'm trying to explain.
Sure.
But in general, age and maturity of an NGO, I think it's minimum. They're having the idea, vision of what is an NGO, what we are going to do, to whom we are working. It's a minimum knowledge we needed to. Size and capacity, it's in a society act, it is 7 to 12 members. It is depending on the NGO.
Right.
Type of structure. So we generally, most of the NGOs are registered in the Societies Act. Most of the.
In Chennai.
No, I'm talking about the Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh,
Andhra
AP.
Pradesh, okay.
Most of the NGOs.
In Maharashtra, though, it's more like a trust. More public trusts are there.
And Andhra and Telangana, more than the 90-95% from Society Act. Society Act.
Very difficult to manage. Actually,
No. It is it is society not interfered by the society government.
Right.
It is an individual entity. It is not the cooperative society. What you thinking? It is a society.
Otherwise, I'll give you some examples.
No, it is a society act.
Sure,
it is not held by the government interpretation.
Correct.
Geography. It is basically what I thought. First of all, any NGO take the project wherever it comes. Some donor ask me some district, some donor ask me another district, or some government project may got some other district. But with my experience, what NGO can do, it is going to the cascade cluster based to build the projects is a better one. But all the NGOs. We waiting to do the projects wherever it possible, based on their knowledge and experience.
Very good idea, ma'am, is to actually onboard a member in the district that you're going to onto your board. And either a member of the community or once you go to an area, it's not only important to implement the project from a operational perspective, but from a strategic perspective also, if you can take one or two members from that particular area at a board level or a board of advisors.
For example, Biodiversity Board asked us to do work in the 7 districts of AP and Telangana. So the regulatory, they are asking, the BMC is the best example. That's what I'm trying to tell. BMC is doing maximum regulatory at the biodiversity areas. So next theme and type of the programs.
I'm not sure whether this impacts actually. It's not necessarily that all of these things impact. So I'm not very sure whether the theme that you're working in would change the constitution of your board. I don't think so. Other than the expertise of the people that you're.
No. Theme and type of the programs. It is better to have some 3 or 4 or 5 thematic area. Like since beginning, we are concentrated on the irrigation, agriculture, and biodiversity and water and etc. I never goes to the health and education, even though I got the projects.
Right.
But I developed my Prerna background, the experience in these themes. Maybe it is my gut feeling to involve in any irrigation, water, agriculture, horticulture. We will get the projects through government projects. Most of our 99% are the government projects only. So this is the
thank you so much
with my experience. I would like.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
That's all question that we
I have a very small question.
Yeah, last question. I think.
Anyway, she has taken little time. Sorry to. She has taken little time.
I'm available to answer any.
Only 1 minute. Sir, I have a small question. I am from K. Badmanabhan, Jayadarni Trust. It's a public charitable trust registered, and I am doing very well honestly since 22 years. I need a small questions whether. Can we able to get the funds? Any rules and regulations are stipulated for the balance sheet of 10 lakhs or something like that? Because I am maintaining the balance sheets maximum 5 to 6 lakhs average year. This is my question.
So, from a balance sheet perspective, no, but generally speaking, the size is measured in an NGO from your expenditure. Like in a company, it's mentioned, it's more from the revenue, right?
Yes.
Here,
the auditor.
Here the quantum of expenditure that you've done in a particular year, or the average of expenditure, like in the HCL grant, you have a 3-year window with a 50 lakh minimum. So even with most other donors, the way to understand the capacity of the NGO to deliver. So if you are 10 lakhs in expenditure, you should look at maybe taking smaller projects first, which is a multiple of your average expenditure of 2-3 years. So what I would do is I would pitch for projects of 30 lakhs, 40 lakhs, but then get multiple such projects basis my 10-year expenditure. It's,
If I get 3 of these, then my expenditure in that year becomes 1 crore. If it becomes 1 crore, I can apply for HCL. If I get the HCL grant, I will get 5 crores. Right? So that is how you do. If at a 10 lakh expenditure, you go and apply for a 1 crore grant, probably you're not going to get it. Right?
Yeah, that means we are able to apply for the funds.
Yeah, but you do. I would apply for chota.
Small budget. Correct.
But aggregate so that then your expenditure size goes up. Right?
Okay, thank you.
Right? So thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for shedding light on such complex subject and for sharing your experience and expertise with such clarity and conviction. Now we move to our next masterclass on impact assessment, focus on how we measure outcomes, evaluate program effectiveness and strength accountability through data-driven frameworks like SROI and MEI. We are joined by Mr. Sudhir Rao, Director of Krishul Services, NISM, Certified Social Auditor, and Ms. Apurva Pandey, Social Impact Strategy with us. May I please request you to come on the stage and take this forum ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have a lot of time pressure, so we're going to be very quick. I really envy Mr. Rohit, but I think we'll try and be as quick as possible. Both of us represent an organization, Chrysalis Services, which is a very young organization, just about 7 years old, and we specialize in impact assessments. Over just the last 3-4 years, we've conducted over 200 assessments across thematic areas, and we'd like to take this opportunity to share with you the knowledge that we have gained over conducting these 200 assessments. Thank you. Over to you, Apurva.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. I'll just quickly cover the concept of impact assessment and what the complications and what funders are looking, what are the mandates that are changing in the current scenario. Because impact assessment is a tool which is used to represent your work on ground to the funders, to the donors, and to the investors of the organization. And if that impact assessment is not a solid report, that will not work. Your work will not be visible to the donors. Quickly moving to the first slide. Before moving to the impact assessment, I want to know from few of you, what is impact according to you? Maybe in a word, can someone tell me? Outcome, okay. Sorry? Effect, okay. Changes that are made. Okay. So these terminologies are partially correct. If I look from the lens of a consultant or if I look from an auditor perspective, we define the impact from the lens of very small test, so what? So as you can see on the screen, a lot of programs are being run for the women beneficiaries for training, for the SHG's training. But do we ask about so what? The so what is the component which addresses the impact part. If we are training 500 beneficiaries, are they actually utilizing those knowledges? If we are planting 50,000 trees, are those trees actually surviving even after the program? Is it actually impacting the ground level to increase? The third component, there are a lot of NGOs who are working in healthcare sector over here. We say that lots of people have been screened. Over here, we are saying that 18,000 people have been screened. They have been supported with medical facilities, etc. But so what? Has the burden on PHCs reduced? Are we asking these questions? If we are not asking this question in the beginning of the program, we are not talking about the impact. That brings to the definition of the impact, which is impact is measurable, attributable, and sustainable change in the lives of people and the ecosystem. As you can see, the impact process. Some of you have mentioned the impact is output. Some of you have mentioned the activity.
But the impact involves the 5 steps. The first one is the input, where you all support with the funds, the activities, the team members. The second is your activities, where you bring in your team on the ground to implement the program, the training component, the supporting the beneficiaries, reaching out to them. The third is your output, where you measure what changes are happening because of your activities. And sorry to say, when we are doing the impact assessment, we observe most of the NGOs, even the bigger NGOs, are stopping at the output stage. They are not talking about the core of the program, core of the development sector, which is the outcome and the impact. And over there brings in the impact assessment. So when we are talking about the impact assessment, we have to talk about the outcomes. What are the results of your output? That comes after 8 months, 12 months. And then the final one, how sustainable are those outcomes? What changes it is bringing in the community that it can sustain even your NGOs are not present on ground at that time. Moving towards next slide, I want all of your organizations, all of the members present over here to think, where are you stopping? Are you stopping at the output stage, or are you looking at the outcome and the impact perspective? Why? Why do I want you to think of? Because there is a regulatory mandate by the government. The regulatory mandate says that if a corporate has a CSR spend of more than 10 CR, they have to go for the impact assessment. And this impact assessment is not done by your organization. It is not done by the implementing partner. It is done by the third-party auditors. If a CSR program has a corpus of 1 CR, the spend is 1 CR, then it has to go with the impact assessment by the third-party auditors. And over there, Chrysalis come as an impact assessment. We work on the impact assessment and present it to the board member, the decision makers. They decide your work is creating any change on the ground or not. Moving to the next slide. What changes will this impact assessment report bring in? It brings the seriousness on the CSR from the funders, the donors. Why are they serious? Because if you go on any website, HCL Foundation website, you see multiple of HCL reports are in public domain. Those reports are viewed by the donors. Those reports are being viewed by the board of directors. Those reports are in the public report. As we discussed in the initial only, the sustainability report is mandated that these impact numbers are being visible in the sustainability report. So we have to take it seriously. The donors are taking it seriously. Now, we understand the impact assessment is mandatory. We have to understand what a good impact assessment look like. There are 6 pillars for a good impact assessment, moving one by one to all the pillars. The first is, every impact assessment should be based on the statistical calculation. We cannot reach out to 100% population because there will be some education program which are targeting thousands of students. There will be healthcare program reaching out to thousands of community members. So we have to do a statistical sampling. The sampling can be based on multiple statistical formulas like Cochrane formula, Yamini's formula, depending on the size and the population of beneficiaries. Then it has to be stratified. Stratified meaning you have to think from the perspective of the community, the reach. It is a rural background, it is a urban background. You have to consider that during the survey. The next pillar is your coverage of the stakeholders. If we reach out for the impact just to the direct beneficiaries, we will understand the direct impact, what program is creating, the activity, the outcome, but we will not understand the impact. Impact comes from the perspective of other stakeholders, which are the core player of the program, who are seeing the change from outside, like self-help group members, like the panchayat members, the government officials. Many times your program is coherent with the government program. You are contributing to the initiative that government officials are making. So why not to consult them? Why not to understand how you are contributing to the change, the national change, national level changes, the international level change? You are contributing to a bigger goal of in the country. So that need to be measured through different stakeholder consultation. The third is the technical studies. Technical studies is the evidence in itself. We need not to speak in that. The technical studies include NDVI for the environment. There are many people over here present from biodiversity programs. There are soil testing, there are water testing. These give the evidence without speaking, without any words, but the on-ground changes because of your program that are happening. Moving to the next pillar, the SROI. the latest buzzword in the market, the social return on investment. If your 1 rupees is invested, we know in finance how much it is creating in the financial term. But in social sector, then SROI is the tool that used to calculate the return in socioeconomic value and monetize it. So in impact assessment nowadays, we are looking for SROI in a serious term. The next pillar is comparative analysis. And personally, this is my favorite because over here we compare the control group and the target group. Target group is where you are creating the impact. Control group where you are not present and still the changes might be happening. If we understand the comparison, we see the changes and then we can attribute what is actually happening because of your program. If we do not have control group, we will not be in position to say that, okay, this change is happening because of you or is it because of the government initiatives. So we always need a comparative analysis. And the third and the last is the frameworks. There are multiple frameworks across the globe that are being used to analyze the social sector programs. Some of the names that I have mentioned is commonly used one, OECD, DAC, IPCC framework, etc. As we understand the 6 pillars of the solid and rigorous impact assessment report, I will move to the next slide, the good impact assessment. How does it look like? As you can see on screen, there are 3 reports, Report A, Report B, and Report C. Report A talks about 240 health camps reaching more than 1 lakh beneficiaries. Report B talks about the reduction in anemia from 68% to 41% in 12 months. Also, it has been verified by the hemoglobin testing. Report C, it talks about the impact on 2 lakhs lives in Tamil Nadu areas. Out of these 3 reports, just 1 report talks about the impact, and that is Report B. Why it is talking about the impact? Why it is indicating the impact? Because it is actually measuring the change from beforehand to after the program. It is actually giving the proof through the hemoglobin test. And sorry to say, I have worked on more than 200 impact assessment in few years, and none of the NGOs annual report, closure report has discussed the impact, the changes. They have given what activities have happened. They have talked about what results those activities has derived, but none of them talk about the impact. Yes, please.
Underestimate NGOs. Please do not underestimate NGOs.
Sure, sir.
You know, we too know, we use DAC framework, right? We know the theory of change. We use logical frame, causal pathway analysis, behavior differential model, RBM, result-based management. All these models we are used. Don't say that we are not highlighting the impact, outcome and impact. We are doing it. Right? I don't know which NGOs you are referring to. I have no clue. In Tamil Nadu, take any NGO's report. You can see the outcome, impact, they are very clear. Don't generalize, don't extrapolate the information from the data you have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your input. And I definitely agree. I will not say that NGOs do not have the log frame. I totally agree. You guys are very technical and you do create the log frame. I'm coming up with the problem of showcasing the impact. Sure, sir. Thank you so much for your input.
These are maybe 20 years ago. Now each and every donor sitting on the head and monitoring and following it up. Right? It's not by wish, by force. The NGOs are doing. Please understand. They know.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll be happy to read the reports and yeah, thank you so much. I'll keep that in mind. Moving to the next point. As most of the NGOs are, as sir has mentioned, most of the NGOs might be doing this. But based on my experience and sadly, there were certain challenges that I faced. And I would like to and will be happy if the NGOs will be doing the certain steps that we have observed in the challenges doing the impact assessment as the third-party evaluators. The 6 steps that we understand that are required for the impact assessment is defining the theory of change. And sir has rightly said that all of the NGOs do that. Most of the NGOs, if I'll say, do that definition of theory of change. The collection of baseline data. Again, sir, I'll highlight that the baseline data is many times missing by the NGOs. Baseline data is something where we can use for comparative analysis. So that is a mandate for the impact assessment. Then defining the activities clearly and reporting the deviation in the program. That is required by the donors. I know a lot of NGOs do that, but deviations are required to showcase the activity and the final evaluation. So we need to report the deviation. Then maintaining a living beneficiaries data. The challenges that we face when we are on field for the data collection for impact assessment is the data of the beneficiaries, their contact number, their DTS, their secondary contact, their unique ID. Because most of the time we report that we have reached the beneficiaries, we have created the impact, but the data of the beneficiaries while doing the impact assessment is not there. And I would like to, based on my personal experience, that I hardly get even 200 beneficiaries, even though the program was talking about 40,000 reach. So that is the on-ground challenges that I have observed from my past experiences. The next is about the timeline. The impact will be visible after the 18 to 24 months. We cannot expect the impact to happen instantly. So we have to be thoughtful about the impact process. And the final is the honesty with the work, with the activities that we are doing. If there is a deviation, and the dashboard should not be all green, the activity achieved at the end of the program. It can have amber, it can have red, and that is the learning point for us. I will leave you all with the thought of what evaluation challenges you face in the previous 6 steps. As you are from education and healthcare thematic, I will quickly talk about the impact that we look from a consultant perspective. In education, we always talk about reduction in dropout. We always talk about the enrollment increase. But we forget the ICER report, which says that in India, there are a lot of people, a lot of students in class 5th who are not able to read class 2nd data. But on the ground, we are saying that their enrollment has increased, their dropout has decreased. So we have to measure what impact is actually happening. Impact in the term of individual level learning levels, not on the class levels, not on the school levels. In healthcare, we say that there are multiple, and I'll talk about healthcare because there are multiple programs happening in India around healthcare, mobile medical van. But still, when we look on ground, the PHCs are heavily burdened. The PHCs have thousands and thousands of people who are reaching out to them, and there are no doctors on ground. The health is not improving for people. There are unreported cases of multiple diseases which are cause of concern for the country itself. So I would request all of the thematic experts, all the people from the NGOs with a vast experience to look not just from the activity perspective, but from the longer impact on the society. I will leave you again with the thought of what one impact indicator that your program is creating, but it is missing to be measured. One last case study that we have recently done for the Nilgiri is the Nilgiri program done by the Keystone in the Nilgiri Hills. It's a tribal belt program. Over there, the concern was water, the major source that is required by both humans as well as the animals. The concern was that there was no water source for both the humans and animals the animals were entering into the living areas of human interventions. So the program came as a major support for this cause of concern. They provided the pipelines to the human settlement. They restored the water structures in the forest areas. They provided with organic fertilizers. They provided with the livelihood for the farmers to prevent their entrance in the forest area. And it was a holistic program done by the Keystone. Last year, Chrysalis has done the impact assessment for that, and that report is available on the HCL grant website. The core component of our impact assessment was based on the few pillars, as we have discussed, which is required for the solid impact assessment. The pillars we have focused on was quantitative and qualitative data. We focused on the triangulation. We focused on the quality of testing. The pipeline was set up, but what was the water drinkable? What was it good enough for the villagers not to go in the forest and collect the water? Then GIS mapping. GIS mapping was required because there was no baseline data at that time. So we have looked back the data of the GIS, and we have seen the 5-year differences in the water mapping. Then we have done the SROI calculation. We came to know 1 rupees which was being invested was returning 2.45 rupees worth of socioeconomic value. We have based our study on the Yamani's formula because there was a sample required. We have done a multiple stakeholder consultation which include PRI member, FPO, multiple field staff, forest department, government officials. And at the end, we have covered the case studies and testimonials which showcases the real story on ground. At the end, I will leave you all with the thought of that the lot of spending is going into the CSR. More than 25,000 crore is going into the CSR, and that is just CSR spending. I'm not talking about the philanthropic spend, and I'm not talking about the FCRA. But now the current scenario require us to think from the impact perspective, require us to think what is changing on ground and how we can showcase that to the donors and the funders, because all of you are doing a great job on the ground. But the challenges come is when we have to show that change on the ground. So over there, the impact assessment comes in. Thank you. The ground is open to discussion. Any questions, please feel free to ask. Yes, sir.
For proposals for the vulnerable communities, vulnerable groups, what makes more weightage to the proposal? Like whether it is innovation or it is a community-driven impact, demonstrated impact.
Okay. So I will personally prefer the demonstrative impact, because if you are using the innovation, suppose in a school you are bringing in the AI tool or you are bringing the smart classroom, the STEM lab, and I have seen that. But in 2 years, that STEM lab is not being used. And frankly, in Tamil Nadu, some of the very known NGOs program I have seen recently for the impact assessment, those labs were closed and the innovation was done during the program period. That doesn't bring any change. That doesn't bring in the sustainability. But if your program from the very initial stage is thinking from the perspective of sustainability, what it is going to change, how it is going to change the learning perspective of the students, how it is going to bring in the scientific temper of the students, that's my personal view, or that will attract the donors and the funders as well as the investors.
Just to add to what Apurva said, okay, we have been reviewing so many proposals. Okay, what ma'am just asked this question. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you one thing. We have a very wrong notion that, okay, only impact is what donors see. In today's world, with the changing AI, because when Facebook came, we were not all ready for the Facebook. At that time, we were all not ready for the social media. Now, everyone has a social media account. So, with the changing time, innovation is something which you have to bring in. You have to come out of your conservative way of working. You have to have right team in your team who will guide you, who will advise you, and that advice is very much important. Please understand, Apurva, since she's coming from the impact background, they have their views on the impact. But as a donor, I'm saying, we will, apart from the impact, the first thing we will see in the proposal is what is that innovative idea you are presenting to us? What is that one thing differently you are presenting to us? What is that one thing which stands out, which nobody else is doing, and you are trying to solve a problem? Please understand, when you solve a problem, that is where the impact comes. Unless and until you don't have a problem which nobody else is solving and you are trying to solve, which government is also trying to solve, but there is a gap, you are filling that gap, that proposal becomes very strong. Thank you.
You had mentioned that there is a mandatory impact assessment requirement on when your funding exceeds 1 crore and when your funding exceeds 10 crore. Can you give a little more detail regarding that?
The base is if the program, suppose a CSR program has a corpus of 1 CR, the mandate, the spend is on
annual
1 CR.
expenditure. What do you
On
mean
one
by
program,
corpus?
yes, annual expenditure, yes.
Okay.
And if a corporate has a CSR mandate of above 10 CR,
Mandate meaning once again
mandate.
annual expenditure.
Yes.
Okay.
Then they have to go through the impact assessment.
What is the? No. 1 crore and 10 crore. I still don't understand the difference.
If one program, yes.
So
if it's a
1
one
crore
program,
for the NGO or the program.
suppose you are running a program and it has received a grant of 1 CR for 1 year, then it has to go through the impact assessment.
Okay.
Yeah,
and
one
where is
project.
the 10 crore?
No,
10 crore.
10 crore is the budget of the company. This is from the company side, not from the NGO side.
But the 1 crore is on the.
1 crore is from the company spend. It could be to multiple NGOs also.
Oh.
You understand? So they could have given, out of that 1 crore spend, they could have given you partially also. Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
I'd like to
On the
answer
company
that.
side.
So CSR corpus is calculated as 2% of the average profits of last 3 years. So for a company, if 2% of the average profits of last 3 years is more than 10 crores and it has spent more than 1 crore in a particular program, that program has to be, an impact assessment has to be done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Okay. Can I ask one question to everyone here? Apurva, I'm just barging in. I just want to ask this one question. How many of the NGOs sitting here are doing their impact assessment through an external agency? Apart from your internal one, which you are already doing, external one. So very few. Understand the importance of having an impact assessment done through an external agency. Let me tell you, you can do your impact assessment starting from a 50,000 rupees also. And you can go up to 1 crore also. Basis the size of the organization, size of your project and everything. But please understand, as per CSR law, we are also, as a CSR company, every donor is mandated to follow the CSR laws. It is not only the NGO, we are also answerable. HCL Foundation, as a CSR company, we are also answerable. We also do send them a report where we have invested our money, where we have sent our money, to which NGO we have sent, what is the impact assessment which HCL Foundation has done, what is the impact assessment which NGO has done. Please understand, no donor will tell you that you should not add a budget in your line item to do an external impact assessment. Now you understand the meaning and the value and the purpose of doing impact assessment. Now, if you want to get any fund from any donor, impact assessment is a must. And Rohit, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, this is a mandatory thing now.
Yes, Robin, if those thresholds are met.
Yeah.
So if those thresholds are met, then it becomes mandatory. If the thresholds are not met, so for example, if a company has a budget less than 10 crores, then even if individual projects are more than 1 crore, then the impact assessment is not mandatory. If they have an overall budget of 10 crores or more, in the line of how, Sudhir's mentioned that formula, then every project which is over 1 crore would mandatorily have to get an impact assessment done through a third party. They're not called auditors, they're called third party. The law does not define an accreditation of the third party. So that's why there are, that accreditation, etc. will happen a little later. Like auditors generally is under the ICAI or chartered accountants do it. But third party assessments, that who is to do that, it just says third party. It does not define the accreditation of that third party as of now. So that.
Just to help NGOs understand, does this impact assessment cost come from the donors? Can we build in their project?
So basically, this impact assessment, in the corporate, they have a separate line item. So when you look at your overall expenditure, when you calculate it from 2% of your average net profits, there is 5% that you can keep for overheads.
there is a particular amount which is allowed for impact assessment. I forget how much that is, but there is a limit that a company can spend towards impact assessment. And then the third component of it is the actual expenditure, which they do, which is the budget which comes to you, in which you have your own administrative overheads, etc. So that's from this perspective. There are some budgets which are given to you, which could also have some monitoring costs, which could include assessment costs, but that is outside of the impact assessment cost which the corporate would bear. So there's a lot of confusion on the budget which is given to you and the administrative overheads and impact assessments, but the administrative overheads of 5%, the impact assessment cost, and the amount which is in the budget which comes to you all adds up to that 10 crore or whatever that budget the company has, basically.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, please.
So the mandate that we're talking about of one project costing 1 crore and the total of CSR budget having 10 crores is the compliance for the corporate, for the funder, and not for the NGO. So the MCA guidelines, when they're talking about mandate, it is for the corporates, the funders who are getting those things done, and both the criterias have to be, there is no either or. It's that both the criteria have to be met, that the total budget of CSR that particular financial year has to go beyond 10 crores, and one particular project, if that is going beyond 1 crores, then the impact assessment has to happen, which you were also saying. So there is a different budget that can be allocated, which is 2% of the total CSR fund that the corporate has, or 50,000, whatever is higher. So that is the, 50 lakhs, whatever is higher. So that is something which the corporate has the mandate, but when it comes to NGOs, definitely NGOs, as we were also discussing, should keep that in a head under the budget, because it gives more reliability to what we are bringing on the ground. It gives more credibility to what impact are we showing. So if we are bringing in a third-party assessment, it becomes very like the donors and the upcoming donors to whom we'll go and reach out for further funds and further projects. It becomes more credible for them also to have the faith on the NGOs that we are working with. So that's the gist of it, I believe.
Yeah. So we would not be taking any more questions now.
We'll take up the questions Okay, the last question.
Just the last question. This is, I think, multiple experts are there, so any one of you can answer this. It's a very short question. What is the difference between an NGO grading and an impact assessment? Because I'm from a cancer hospital, Sringeri Sarada Ekpatas Hospital. So one of the grants that we were applying for, we were required to submit an NGO grading, which we did, and then we also had to do an impact assessment, which is from our primary funding agency. So why is there a difference between two? Who needs to undergo which?
To start with, fundamentally, CSR comes from Companies Act. So it is applicable to all companies. It's applicable to HCL Technology, which has created a foundation called HCL Foundation, and through which it's running all of its programs. So the impact assessment mandate is a mandate in the Companies Act. What you were referring to in terms of NGO grading is a requirement perhaps from a donor, right? And the Companies Act requirement over here is that it has to be through an independent third-party agency. What does that mean? It means that it has to be an agency which is not the implementing partner. It has to be an agency which is not the donor. Somebody outside independent. Why is this the case? This is the case because the reporting back to the board wants to know from an independent person that, okay, the money that is being spent is actually making a difference. So that is why there is emphasis on the independence or the third party.
Thank you so much. Ma'am, we'll take the question. We'll take up your question. Huh?
Yeah, I have one question.
Yeah. Ma'am, we'll take up the question. We just have some announcements to make. And then we'll come back and we'll take up these questions. For sure, I'll take up these questions here.
Okay, so firstly, thank you so much, Apurva, for sharing your expertise with the team. Now, I would request Mr. Suraj Ibrahim, founder of Planet Earth, to please felicitate Mr. Sudhir Rao and Ms. Apurva Pandey. Can we have a round of applause? I'm pretty sure everyone is hungry and I understand, but can we have a round of applause? Thank you so much. So I would request everyone to please be seated because I just have one question to ask. Most of you must have received a token. If you haven't received the food token, please raise your hands and we'll make sure the volunteer come and give you a token. Okay, so can volunteers please make a note? Yeah? Okay, also for our guests, please.
Okay. Is it done? Okay. Okay. So now, as per the agenda, there was one more session which was very important for you all. Okay. You from morning onwards, you have heard about, the audit compliances, the CSR laws, the funding availability in Tamil Nadu, what is the current status of the funding going into Tamil Nadu, everything you have heard. But the final thing, which is of very importance, is where is the funding? Okay, so now we are going to talk about the funding. Okay, but in between that, we have a main thing, which is lunch, where you are all hungry, I know. Okay, it was supposed to happen before lunch. By lunch, we were planning to wind off our sessions. But if you are interested in knowing about the HCLTech grant, and its funding opportunities for the organizations, because we have winners in the HCLTech grant from Tamil Nadu. Okay, so you will hear from them as well. Okay, how they applied, what really made them stand out when it was, as HCLTech grant is a competition, it's an award-winning grant. How they won this grant, you will hear from them. And I'll also take a session on how to write a good proposal and what donor sees when they read the proposal. As you know, we are into our 12th edition. This is 12th edition, and we have received more than 20 to 30,000 applications overall, and those are very good quality applications. Believe me, it is a difficult process for us also to eliminate or not shortlist some of the organizations and shortlist some of the organizations which are the best one among them. But what really makes them the best is what we are going to discuss. So we will come back. So right now it's 2:15. By 3, we will all come back and we will take that session for you. So who all are interested to attend that session? We are extending our flight. We are postponing our flights for you. Okay, so please come back by 3 o'clock. We will all come. I want to see this house full. Okay, promise? We will all come back. This session is really informative for you. Okay, there's one more announcement. Sir, just a sec. Don't go. Please sit. Okay. The lunch is in 2nd floor. It will be served at the 2nd floor. The counter number S9. Counter number S9 is earmarked for all our NGO partners, NGO participants who have come in here today. So there you will be served the lunch, and by 3 o'clock we'll all assemble again, and we will have and it will not be a session which I'll be taking. This will be a participating session. We will talk. We'll have a conversation, and with that conversation, I'm sure we will all go out with a great learning. Okay, and I have with me Rohit Bahadur, Suraj Abraham, Madhavan. They're all experts in this. So you will hear from them. It will be a conversation. Okay, see you at 3 o'clock.
still be with you for a couple of minutes because as per earlier program, my flight was booked for a particular time and I got to leave for airport. But I'm glad to be here with you for a couple of minutes and sharing my experiences with you. Although I am generally looking into biodiversity, environment and water projects, but certain things are common, which all the SMEs look into. In fact, since morning you have been hearing about them. So I may be permitted to put them in a nutshell. And the nutshell is DIS. Please remember this word. DIS. After looking into, all the parameters of administrative, background, leadership, etc., when we come to the project, let me first explain what you should be keeping in your mind, the DIS word, before I go back to what I was saying. Now, D means direct beneficiaries. Most of us are happy showing some direct beneficiaries. Of course, whoever is actually being affected, but lot of data comes in terms of indirect beneficiaries on the presumption that my awareness program would reach out to so many villages, so many population, etc., etc. That does not impress many people. So please ensure as much direct beneficiaries are covered by you. That will be really good. 5 crores is not a small amount, friends. 500 lakhs. Much can be done. So the more area you expand, the more area you cover in terms of beneficiaries, number of them. That will be very important. Then, of course, I is self-obvious impact. The whole session has been taken on that. Now, impact is some such thing, even you cannot predict, I cannot predict, even funders cannot predict, because impact is generally in terms of long-term output, outcome, and then impact. However, whatever good work you are doing is bound to result in some good impact, which even you will feel assured. Supposing somewhere there is a water stress and you have constructed one or rejuvenated one water body, obviously it will have a long-term impact in terms of agriculture productivity, in terms of fisheries, in terms of ecosystem services, drinking water, etc. So those things have to be kept in mind. And of course, S stands for sustainability. Now, sustainability is a very, very loosely used word. Sustainability is such thing which people can interpret in any which manner. But for the donors, for the funders, and for the us, sustainability means, as Robin had explained, after you have left, after the donors have left, whether your capacity building exercise is resulting in continuation of those projects. Even you are not going to be there to ensure, that continuum, the whole thing. So the capacity building which you are doing, and that is where, we have got good marks for capacity building column. Almost 10 marks are given for that. Now, in terms of capacity building, generally, lot of awareness program, education program, workshop, travel, TADA, please minimize these things. Reach out directly. Meetings are necessary, symposiums are necessary, workshops are necessary, but don't make them an end. Make them only as a strategy to achieve your goal. So if you keep these 3-4 things in your mind, you have a better chance of going to the next round. And when you come to problem statement, what we find that problem statement, and thanks to AI these days, that chat GPT kind of thing which comes out, we immediately know that it is the artificial intelligence generated project proposal. And that would immediately put us off. Notwithstanding whatever has been talked about AI, including myself, and of course, someone at the end said that your personal input should be there. So use AI only as a starting point, but go into your project area problems. The problem statement, everyone says, say for example, climate change. Now climate change is there, heat is going up, crop productivity is getting lost, forests are disappearing from India. Everyone knows that. But what is happening in your area X? And that is where a bit of baseline survey you might have done, because you are engaged in your area for such a long time. You have so much data. It might not have been updated, but you already know the problem of the specific area. So please flag that thing. What happens, unfortunately our education system right from beginning has been such that if you have to write an essay, introduction, then description, then conclusion. That is where we are losing out. Introduction and all, there is no time for anyone to read first world problem and then India's problem and then coming to your project problem. Straightway come to the point. So this is my area, water starved, climate challenges are here, and these are the specific problems. Of course, somewhere you can mention and correlate with the entire thing. So that typical writing of these proposals is definitely not a very welcome thing with our perspective. Naturally, a lot of marks are given these days for technology. Technology need not be only WhatsApp or mobile and other things. Technology can be in agriculture sector, it can be new machines. In seed sowing, if you are introducing something, or if some crop burning issue is being tackled in your project, then some new machinery which has been invented somewhere and you are bringing them, so that is also technology. So the more technological input you bring, the more you will have chance of succeeding. And I will end it because Robin is again going to take it in a much more structured manner and other friends, but he very rightly said, what is new in the whole thing, that innovation. I am also associated with their American grant, and I am finding that the more innovative projects are coming before the funders, the happier they are, the happier are the jury members and everyone. So friends, with these few tips, I would hope and wish best of luck to all of you, whoever is going to apply for this year's grant. Thank you, Robin, for giving the chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Avni sir, for all your insights. It's really helpful. We will extend it, sir, but we'll miss your presence here. yeah, and all the best wishes. Thank you. So, sir just mentioned about DIS, okay, and all our presentation now is linked to DIS, the innovation, what sir mentioned. And so, before I start my presentation, can I have the slide changer? How many of you know about HCLTech grant? Okay. Nobody else knows about HCLTech grant? You know, sir, huh? Okay. Okay. So, I'll just very briefly touch upon what is HCLTech grant. Oh, wonderful. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. Okay. So, HCLTech grant was started in 2015. And it is one of the flagship program of HCL Foundation. And when it got started, it was started with only one category, education. And then from 2016, we added two more categories, health and environment. And recently, from edition 11 onwards, we have divided environment into two categories, biodiversity and water. There is a reason behind it. So when we started HCLTech grant, it was just for one category, 5 crore grant. And it was called HCL Citizens Grant. Then it became HCL grant from 2016. And now it is HCLTech grant because our organization have gone into a brand identity change. Earlier we were called HCL Technologies. Now we are called HCLTech. That's a new name of HCL Foundation, HCLTech as a company. But our parent company remains, the name remains the same, that is HCL, that is our parent company, which is under corporation, HCL Enterprise. So when it started, one category, then we added two more categories. The funding went up from 5 crores to 15 crores in 3 categories. Then in 2024, we went to our management. We said we should have two more categories in the environment only. So management decided. Now the funding has gone up from 15 crores. Please make a note, but this is an opportunity for you all which has been created and which has been approved by the management, that the funding has gone up from 15 crore to 24 crores now. So 5 crore each in 4 categories, biodiversity 5 crore, water 5 crore, health 5 crore, and education 5 crore. Okay, now HCLTech grant has clear-cut 2 objectives. First, it's an award-winning grant. It's not a typical proposal where you submit to the donor and you will receive the fund if they like your idea. It is, and it is an award-winning grant where you are competing with best of the NGOs from all over India. Starts from Kashmir till Kanyakumari, from northeast, from the remote village of Nagaland, where one NGO is working there in the remotest part of the northeast, and you are competing with one of the NGOs working in the Kutch region of Gujarat. So that's the level of competition you are getting into. And in HCLTech grant, we have an eligibility criteria. So I'll get into the eligibility criteria. So first objective is to award these NGOs who are doing path-breaking work towards rural development in these 4 categories. Second, to publish these NGOs in this compendium. So the top 30 organizations who are selected for the sub-jury round, they are featured in this book, and this book then goes to all the donors, and you are also featured in our website. Once you get into this book. For getting into this book, you have to cross 4 stages. Then in the stage 5, in the sub-jury round, when all the 10 cases are presented in each of the categories, so total 40 cases, then the top 12 cases are selected for the final jury round. So this book will have all their stories. So after our session is over, we have some copies. I'll request every NGO to carry one. Only one. Okay, whosoever can come and grab that. Okay, it's not a race, but keep it with you. We'll send you the copies if you want. Okay. So as I mentioned, it's a total 24 crore grant, and there was a time when the 2 runner-ups, the 2 finalists which were presented to the jury, one was announced as a winner. What were the other 2 receiving? They were also the best of the NGOs, best of the models presented to the jury. And the difference will be very marginal. On 0.5 or 1, scoring of 1, they would be not selected as the winner. So we went to the management, we said, we should also give them a consolation kind of a project where they can get a small fund with which that's a motivation to these organizations for reaching till this round. So management decided earlier it was 25 lakhs. Now it has been increased from 25 lakhs to 50 lakhs. So 25 lakhs, it was earlier for 25 lakhs for 1 year. Now it has gone up to 50 lakhs for 2 years. So this is only for those NGOs who reaches till jury round. And we get a lot of question from the organizations that can we submit a proposal for 50 lakhs? No. You have to submit a proposal for 5 crore. Nothing less than 5 crore, nothing more than 5 crore. You can have other sources of fund for the similar project. Now overall, these are all mentioned in our website. If you go to our HCLTech grant website, you can read about it. Overall, we have deployed more than 203 crores through HCLTech grant in these 11 editions. 2.3 million lives we have impacted, more than reaching out to 61,171 villages and 174 districts nationwide, and 22 states and 3 union territories. So these are the numbers which we are able to achieve with our recipient organizations of the HCLTech grant, which includes the winner and the runner-ups. Any doubts here till now? Okay. So these are the definitions which are there in the website. If you go to our website, you can read about these definitions. This is just an indicative list. This is not a comprehensive list. This will give you an idea in which all categories subcategories you can put up your application. But please don't treat this as a complete list. There is a list way beyond this. This is just to give you a reference. So likewise, we have definition for all 4 categories. There is an eligibility criteria which we have. I'll just take up 2 eligibility criteria which we have. The organization who's applying should have a minimum experience of 3 years, and they should have a minimum expenditure, average expenditure of 50 lakhs. This is the minimum you should have. And there is a story behind it. Okay. Earlier when we started HCLTech grant, what was the eligibility criteria in terms of expenditure and experience? It was 5 years and 1.5 crores. We as a management, we thought 1.5 crore, at least that much capacity should be there of the NGO of doing that expenses of getting this grant. Then we went to the management. We said, with 2017, we started a symposium. And during those symposiums, we got feedback. We had an interaction with these NGOs. And let me tell you, and we can proudly say that in this development sector, there are very few organizations, I would rather say, who are doing such symposiums pan-India from 2017 and doing the capacity building of the NGOs, coming to your city, meeting you all. And I don't know how many donors you would see coming to you, sitting with you, and talking to you. Right? Are you agreeing? Are you listening to me? Or are you sleeping off? Okay. So we believe that it's not just opening a grant, it's also the capacity building of the NGOs. We should also focus on building the capacity of the NGOs. Okay, so with that, we started the grant, 1.5 crore, as I said. Then we reduced it to 1 crore. We reduced it to 1 crore. Then from 1 crore, now we have reduced it to 50 lakhs, so that more and more NGOs can participate in this grant. But beyond this, we can't go down. We can't go down. Beyond this, we are not able to convince our CSR committee, because we have to take approval of a CSR committee. Our CSR committee has now approved that any organization who has an average expenditure of 50 lakhs of last 3 years can be eligible for this grant. Okay? There are some prerequisites of these applications. Now I'll invite my colleague Shelly. So Shelly will take you through the application process from stage 1 till stage 6. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Robin. And I was so happy when I see so many raise of hands that most of you have already registered for HCLTech grant and also have started submitting their applications. So as you all are aware that HCLTech grant edition 12 portal is now live, and we are inviting applications in 4 categories, which Robin just spoke about: water, biodiversity, health, and education. So we request all the NGOs present here to please submit their applications well on time. 5th July is the last date to submit the applications. But few of them who are still struggling with doing the registrations and application submission. So I just wanted you to walk through the application process, how you can register and submit your application. Firstly, you need to understand that just doing registration, you are not applicable for grant. Most of you register and you think that your work is done, but no. You have to first register and then you have to submit your application. So every year when we do such symposiums, we get a lot of feedbacks from all the NGOs. So this year, you don't want to do again and again registration, because every year when we launch our portal, most of you struggle that why we have to every time do a registration. So this year what we did, just like in any bank account, once you open your account, the account is there. So similarly now, once you register for HCLTech grant, your account is there with us. So you have to just log in and start filling your application for the every edition. So the first step is to register for HCLTech grant, and then you have to log in. So once you register, email is sent to your registered email ID and a link is sent to you. So you have to just click on that link and set your password. So once you set your password, then you have to go to a login page. We'll quickly show you the login page also. So then, on the right hand side, you will see that there is a login and register. You have to just click on that. And this page will open. So once this page opens, you have to put your login credentials, your username and your registered email ID and your password which you have set. Once you put this, the form will open. So the form is divided into 3 parts. So the first is the organization profile, where we are asking you to just submit the basic details about your organization, your director, your CFO, your CEOs. There are a lot of things which are mandatory, which all NGOs need to have. Robin also spoke about the eligibility criteria, the mandatory documents. We've been hearing from Ankit, from Rohit sir, that what are the compliance you need to also keep. So it's always, first of all, it's always good to do your homework. So first of all, please go through go through the HCLTech grant website, read about the eligibility criteria, keep all the documents handy, because that will also help you to, while you are submitting your application, that will also help you. So, as I just mentioned, that the form is divided into 3 parts. So, organization profile, project abstract, and organization documents. So, while you have to submit your organization documents, the documents which you need to keep handy are your 3 years average expenditure audited financial reports, your registration certificate, your 12A and ATG certificates, renewal of 12A and ATG certificates, FCRA, if you have, then you should declare it and put the FCRA number. NGO Darpan ID is something which is a mandatory. So if you have still not registered there, please register, because that's also a mandatory. Your CSR Form 1. So CSR Form 1 is something which all the NGOs, irrespective you apply to any donor, you would need it. So please, have that. If you still have not applied for that form, please apply for that form. So these are certain points which I want to, reflect, because we get a lot of queries. Also, one piece of advice to all the NGOs, that while they fill their application, most of you struggle because, I think so we Indians have this somewhere mentality that we'll wait for that last day to come and then we, submit our application. So it's always good that we should have this, you can copy paste all the questions into a Word document, and from that Word document, because it's also easier for you to circulate within your teams, because it's just not one person who's, filling this application. There will be multiple teams who will be involved. Your finance people will be involved, your fundraising team will be involved, your program team will be involved. So it's always good that you have all the questions in one Word document. You can circulate within your teams, and once it finalized, then you can just copy paste the answers and you can submit. Because you'll also notice that there are certain questions which have a word limit. So it's always helpful that, we have that Word document, so that all your data which you have prepared is also saved, and you can just copy paste and submit your application. So after you submit your application, you will get an email which says that your stage 1 application has been successfully submitted. So if you do not get that email, then please feel free to write to us at hclgrant@hcltech.com or call us at 180057200608, so that we can cross-check from the backend and we can confirm you that we have received your application and is ready for the evaluation. So also quickly taking you to the next, which is the evaluation process. Can we just go to the next slide? So yes, while when you apply for HCLTech grant, you need to have some patience, because it's a 7-stage selection process and it's almost a 365 days process, because the portal gets live in the month of April and the winners are announced in the month of March. So for this edition, the winners will be announced in the month of March 2027. So yes, you need to have some patience, because of course, the amount which a winner NGO gets is a 5 crore grant amount. So yes, there is a rigid evaluation process. So as you can see here, so the stage 1 is when, right now we are in the stage 1 when the portal is live. So the portal gets live for 2 months, and NGOs have to submit their project abstracts. Then those abstracts and the application is reviewed basis the predefined eligibility criteria, which Robin just mentioned. And we have a governance partner who do the screening. And once the NGO gets shortlisted...
Just a second, one emergency announcements to the team. So actually, team, today there is a fire drill planned in our office. By 4 o'clock, the fire alarm will make a noise. So please don't get panic. It's just a process only. You have to stay in your same place, and after 5 minutes we'll continue the session. நான் தமிழ்லேயே சொல்கிறேன். இன்றைக்கி ஃபயர் ட்ரில் வந்து பிளான் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க HCL கேம்பஸில். 4 மணிக்கு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இந்த ஃபயர் அலாரம்ஸ் எல்லாமே சவுண்டு பண்ணும், நல்லா சவுண்டு வரும். ஸோ யாருமே பேனிக் ஆக வேண்டாம், சீட்லேயே இருங்க. ஒரு 5 மினிட்ஸில் அதில் திரும்பியும் நார்மல் ஆகிடும். நம்ம செஷன் கண்டினியூ பண்ணலாம். தேங்க்யூ.
Thank you, Newton. So yes, then the NGOs, after that predefined eligibility criteria screening, they move to the stage 2, and those project abstracts are reviewed by 3 stakeholders. So we have independent domain experts, we have internal HCLF thematic leads, and we have governance team who reviews all these project abstracts. We deliberate on each case, and then we further shortlist the NGOs for stage 3 detailed proposal round. Again, the portal gets live, and we ask NGOs who have further shortlisted to submit their detailed proposal. Once that is done, again, those detailed proposals are evaluated by our independent domain experts. So you just heard from Avni sir, because there are certain parameters which Robin will be covering in next few minutes. And then again, the NGOs move to we again deliberate, and the NGOs move to the stage 4, which is a field audit round, wherein the HCL Foundation team, along with the independent subject matter expert, they visit your office. It's a 2-day visit where the day 1 is dedicated, where we come to your office, we interact with your board of directors, with your teams, and we see that, what is, and we give an opportunity to you also to present the proposal to the independent subject matter expert who have come for that evaluation. Because so far we have been evaluating your proposal basis the information you have provided us in the application form. But that's the opportunity given to the NGOs also to come forward and present your case. And then the day 2 is dedicated to the where we go on ground and see how the project will be implemented. So it's a 2-day visit, and then there is a site visit report which is being prepared. We again deliberate on each cases, and the top 40 cases move to the sub-jury round, which is a stage 5. So we have 12 eminent sub-jurors from HCL ecosystem, who again, in front of them, the cases are presented, and we deliberate, and top 12 are then shortlisted for the final jury round. We also do the film documentation, the video shoot of these 12 NGOs, where we come, where we give you an opportunity to talk about your proposal, and to also we shoot the geography where the proposal will be implemented. Then the final stage is when the governance team present all the 12 cases in front of the jury, and the winner is announced. So this is a 7-stage selection process. So I just thought that, I should just tell you that that's the reason we always keep our NGOs, that, keep that patience, because with every stage, we keep you informed also. So yes, this year also, a lot of you have this feedback that you don't get to hear from us. So we are also trying to integrate that feedback from all the SMEs to that portal, so that now, once you have your user dashboard, you will be able to see your status, that what is the status, whether you have moved to the next stage or not, or what is the status of your application process. So yeah, thank you. Over to you, Robin.
Thank you so much, Shaili, for taking us in detail about the evaluation process and how to apply in HCLTech grant. So now, in another, I think, 2-3 minutes, the fire alarm will ring, and now nobody can go out. So I was requesting everyone to come back. Now you can't go out also. Anyways, I can see many of you are just somebody's. Some eyes are getting closer to this thing. May I request everyone to please stand? Please stand for a second. Just move your hand, legs, because after heavy meal, it is difficult to sit. You need a bed. Just move your hand, legs. Comfortable? Eyes are open now? Good. Now we all can sit. Okay. Now I'll go into the very important part, okay, which everyone would love to know, and you have the right to know, is how we evaluate these proposals. What are the selection parameters? When you put up a proposal, what are the things which we look into when we evaluate these proposals? How many of you are interested in knowing that? All of us. Very good. Okay, now, let me tell you, these parameters are not developed by us. These parameters are the industry norms. They are not developed by only HCL Foundation. You put your application to any donor, they will put a lens in those parameters and then evaluate your proposals. Okay? So while I'll speak on these small selection parameters, you will feel like, this though we all know. These things are not for us. These things we are already in compliance with. But understand, there are many small things which sometimes while filling, we avoid, but donor catches. Right? Any donor, when you are writing them, your proposal for funding, you may be amazing on ground. But you also have to understand what the donor is looking for. What are their expectations from the proposals? So that expectations is what I'm going to show you. So these are very small things I have already told you, but keep that in mind while you are writing your proposal. Okay? So this is our key selection criteria. Now you can see the top two, the organization's strength and capacity to deliver. These are the two criteria which we use to evaluate your organization profile, which will define your organizational credibility. We have 40% weightage. Let me tell you, we always think just writing a proposal and submitting it to a donor is enough. No. You also have to build your organizational credibility. This is very important. We ignore that. We think what we are doing is enough. We think what we are doing is the, trademark in the industry. No. You also have to change your working style. You also have to change your procedures. You have to strengthen your organizational governance. Like Rohit, during his session, he has covered what a strong governance look like in an organization. What a strong audit look like when Ankit and Anuradha took the session. How much it is important now. And this all connects to your organizational credibility, your organizational reputation. You have to build that reputation. And that has 40% weightage in our HCLTech grant. And in the overall industry, it is in the range of 30 to 40%. Any donor you take, when you put up your application, 30 to 40% weightage is always towards organization. Then comes to your project. And in project also, these are the parameters which we use and which all other companies use. First point, which I mentioned today in the morning, innovation. What is that? You are putting up very separate idea to a donor. Now I'll give you an example, a live example. I know many are against it, many might be for it, and many are learning from it. Earlier, we used to have these shops, small retail shops, right? Now, an innovative idea came into somebody's mind, and he or she found Blinkit, Grofers, Big Basket. Now in minutes, you are getting your things at your home. What is that? An innovative idea. And people are ready to invest. Something different. So in NGO sector, we also have to think differently. Our beneficiaries are same. Our target communities are same. But how we are working with them, how we are approaching them, how we are bringing out the impact, and how innovative are you doing that is what you have to think. Right? Second, how relevant is your project? So you have to prove your relevance, your project relevance. How relevant is your proposal to that problem statement which you are talking about? I was reading an article and I want to mention that, and I've made a note of it. And today morning only I was reading it in the LinkedIn. So there are 3 things which you should always keep in mind while you are writing your proposal. Can you all note down? I think this has really given me an idea, and I hope this will help you in writing a good proposal. First thing, what we should do when you're writing a proposal is attention. Attention. Not standing and writing the proposal, but grab the attention of the donor. Okay? how you will grab the attention of the donor whom you are writing the proposal. How you will do that? I want answers from the audience. Innovation, yes, how innovatively you are writing it, but there is something else. Very basic thing, which will come into your mind, but you are hesitating to say that. Sir is very near. Catchy points nahi. So, the first thing a donor reads is your title of the project. How attractive is your title of the project? Now, when you will hear from our recipients, the 2 recipients are here. I will request them to mention their title of the project. Then you will understand how they attracted us to read their proposal. Right? Your first paragraph, what you are writing in your proposal, should attract the donors, investors in your idea. So, I'll give you an example. One thing we do is, we will reach out to this village and we want 5 crore funding for that. And our organization has worked on for 15 years in this village. Now the second scenario, how you can write, in one village in Arunachal, for example, a mother has to travel 20 to 30 kilometers to get the basic healthcare facility. Which one is more attractive? Which one is more attractive? So, attention. You are getting the attention of the donor. Now, you have given the first problem. This is a major problem in that. People have to travel 20 to 30 kilometers to even get their basic health needs, attended. Is that not a big problem there? So, how you attract the donor? This is what I'm trying to tell you. And this is something which has attracted me also. Start with a human problem. Start with a human problem. What is the basic problem the community is facing? Then you have to give a story. How you are substantiating it. Give a story, a small story. That will build the curiosity of the people who are reading your proposal. And avoid these big jargons. Let me tell you guys, even if you are PhD in English, a lay person writing a proposal is equivalent to a PhD writing a proposal. I'm telling you very transparently. In HCLTech grant, we don't see the English. We see what is the problem you're talking about, what is that idea you're talking about, and what is the solution you're going to achieve through that project. Your simple words will attract us. Your own words will attract us. You will put more jargons, more English, United Kingdom English, US English, with consultant English, will not work out. Yes. Yes, you're right, sir. It will be forwarded to the international audience. It will not work here. Simple English. Keep it very simple what you want to say. Okay? Second, meaning. What do you mean by meaning? First, you have grabbed the attention of the donor. Second, meaning. What do you mean by meaning? What do you mean by meaning? Gist of the project? Huh? You are able to convey what you want to convey to the donor. There are levels to the topic. Yeah? Purpose. Very good point, ma'am. Very good point. So you have to ask some questions to yourself. First, what is the problem? What is the solution? And why you are asking these funds? Why you are asking these funds to the donor? Why this problem matters Why this problem matters. This is very important. You have to define that. Why this problem matters. Second, what existing solutions, whether those existing solutions are insufficient. Why? You have to define that. Right? Third, why your intervention will work. Why your intervention will work. And finally, why now? Why now? So if you are able to answer these questions, you are giving a meaning to your proposal. Why now? Why now? Then you have clearly defined your problem statement, you have clearly defined your insights, you have clearly defined your solutions, and you also have to clearly define your expected outcomes. And those expected outcomes have to be transformative. Okay, I'll give you two scenarios. In your proposal, you are saying, we will train 500 women, SHG, we'll form SHGs, we'll train 500 women. Scenario 2, there is a limited access to the women in this market and in this village. With this proposal, the market will be open to them and their income will increase from X to Y. Which one is more impactful? Okay. So these are some very basic things which we do in our proposals. But just see the difference in two statements. Where you are showing, in scenario 1, you are just saying we will reach out to 500 individuals, or households, or women. In the second scenario, you are saying you will increase their income from 1,000 to 10,000. It's an example. So that attracts the donors. Okay? Yes, cost benefit analysis. Let me tell you, sir has given a very good point. Every donor would want to know what is the return on their investment. Can I ask you one question? If you are spending 100 rupees to anyone, you are lending your 100 rupees to anyone, helpful nature, leave it. Will you not want to know what is that 100 rupees giving back to you? Right? So every company would want to know what is the return on investment, ROI. And this is for all. Today morning you heard Vipul. He said, how many? 31% water, that benefit we are giving back to the community. So likewise, we have to also calculate. The third thing which you should write is what? Don't ask money. Don't ask money from the donors. You ask for collaboration. You invite them to co-create that project with you. Then donors will be attracted towards your project. Okay? So all your budgets, everything will have to impress you. You have to be very specific when you're writing your budgets. Don't write budgets which are not connecting to your activities. Your activities, your problem statement, your solutions, everything should connect. So these are the three things which I wanted to, which I want you to think while you're writing your proposal. First, you are what? Attention, seeking attention, meaning. Third, you are just not asking, you are collaborating with the donor. Okay? So these are the criterias, and I'm not getting into that. Sustainability, you had a very good session on sustainability. People are talking about sustainability, inclusiveness, how inclusive is your project, how replicable and scalable is your project, and last one is the financial modeling. But this is not last, this is the main one. Okay, and one thing which all NGOs will have to now think about is using technology. You have to use technology in your projects. Earlier, the amount of time which we used to take to do a work for 10 hours, now with AI coming in, you are able to do it in 10 minutes. Ask Ankit, when he is getting data, if he is using AI, whatever work his team was doing it for 10 hours, he is able to generate a report in 10 minutes. So that's the transformation. That's the change which has come in. And we have to adapt to this change. We can't go against this change. There is no other way out. You have to accept, for the benefit of your community, for the benefit of your organization, for the growth of yourself and for your team. Accept it. Accept and move on and use it. Next slide. Next. You know, what was the CSR contribution last year? Total CSR contribution in India? 30? Yes, sir. You're very near. It was 35,000 crores last year. And what is the expected CSR funds by 2035? What is the expected CSR funds which will come into India, which will be generated by 2035? 1.2 lakh crores. Just imagine this much opportunity, this much fund you have. This is the expected figure. Now, when you reach 2035, don't look after me. Look for me, okay? You said 1.2 crores. Huh? So, 1.2 lakh crores, sorry. So, there is an equivalent philanthropic fund available. It is only CSR fund. Imagine there is a philanthropic arm. Philanthropic arm in each and every company, the owners, they have their own foundations, apart from the CSR foundation. So that is also an opportunity. Some of these foundations, they are funding the organizations. So that opportunity is also, so that is equivalent. So it makes more than 2 lakh crores, which are available, which will be available by 2035. So that is what we are expecting. And one thing which will make you different from all other organizations you can see these are the Schedule 7 sector-wise division. In the last, you can see digital literacy and AI upskilling is which has been added. So now you understand the importance. Now you will see investments going into digital literacy and AI upskilling. One thing I think we all are doing, top 5 states which are contributing 60% of the total CSR funds which are coming in India. And in that, Tamil Nadu is in the 4th position. First is Maharashtra, second is Gujarat, second is Karnataka, third is Gujarat, 4th is Tamil Nadu. So you have good pool of companies, good pool of CSR funds which are available, and I think this was also presented by the CSR box team. Which all are the sectors who are funding in India, right? So while you are writing your proposal to any donor, one thing which will really help you in 1 page or in 2 pages, you can make them understand is the theory of change. How many of you use theory of change while writing the proposal? Very few. Very few. Yeah. Theory of change. Have anyone showed you theory of change in today's session? No. What is theory of change? Sir, what is theory of change? Yes, sir. Yes, please, sir, stand. Yeah. Yes. Perfect. Please give him a round of applause. You are starting with your problem statement. You are putting your activities. Before activities, you are putting your solutions. Then activities, what is the immediate output and your overall outcome in 4 years or 5 years. So that is the theory of change. You should learn how to use theory of change in your while you're writing proposal. Okay? I think I have covered everything. So now I would love to invite my co-panelist, who will take you and who will give you an idea. So while we selected them in HCLTech grant, what were those factors which made them different from others when they applied, and what motivated them to apply? So may I invite Suraj Abraham. Suraj is one of our recipient in the environment category, Planet Earth. That's his organization name. May I have the round of applause? And so in HCL grant, there is a notion in everyone's mind that grant is only for big NGOs. Grant is only for big NGOs. Let me tell you, when Suraj applied and Rohit visited this organization as part of the due diligence, they were just on the margin. They were just on the margin line. And they were the smallest NGO in the other contenders. And they were competing with the big stalwarts. But what made them and what made the jury to select them as the winner is what we are going to share here with you. Okay? So welcome, Suraj, and please. May I invite Mr. Madhavan. So Mr. Madhavan is our 2025 winner from Tamil Nadu. So they are Gurupriya Research Foundation. So they won the grant in the health category. And Madhavan was the one who was our Spock when he wrote the proposal. He presented the proposal to our SMEs. He was the one who took us to the field. He was the one who here also Rohit was there, and he evaluated their proposal and did the due diligence, stayed here. So he will also share his thoughts with you. Oh yes, they applied for the first time and they made it. So that's the beauty of. That's the beauty. That's one ball thrown and the wicket is gone. So, yeah. So please, sir. Thank you. Rohit, may I invite you also? So Rohit is our, ex-partner with GT, and GT was our governance partner for the 10 editions, and Rohit was leading that team. And Rohit has been instrumental in going to these NGOs who have been selected as the finalist before they are presented to the jury. And Rohit was the one who used to, present to the jury all your cases without any prejudice, without any differences, with the same voice, with the same content, and with the same standard PPT format. Yes. So my first question is to Madhavan sir. So Madhavan sir is from Tamil Nadu and their organization is also from Chennai. So if you could just very briefly talk about, sir, your project title, what is the project you have won, and what really motivated you to apply to HCLTech grant?
I would first of all thank HCL Foundation for inviting us to speak our experience. More than that, it's been a great pride in applying for the HCL Foundation grant application and winning it the first time itself. And we came to know about the HCLTech grant 2 years back. And then we started applying online, and that was what we came to know. And we are from an NGO in Chennai called Gurupriya Vision Research Foundation. We are attached to an eye hospital, and our title of the project, as Robin said, the title has to be very compelling, and it has to be very riveting. So the title I gave for the project was Save 50,000 just born preterm babies from permanent blindness due to retinopathy or prematurity. So it is a very, I would say, catchy, it's a very riveting title because we are going to be saving 50,000 just born preterm babies who are just 4 to 8 weeks old. And these babies, we need to screen them for a disease called retinopathy of prematurity. And if they are screened positive, then within a 48-hour window, we need to treat them and save them from blindness, save them from permanent blindness. So my title of the project was Save 50,000 just born preterm babies. So 50,000 was the, I would say, catchy figure. That's number one. And number two is, one of the main, I think, from my experience, what I felt was, all NGOs are doing a great work, very selfless work. And what is very important for all of you is, as a tip, is involve your founder, involve your managing trustee, involve the person who is responsible to start the NGO right across all the stages of the application process. Involve him or her. Catch and comprehend his emotions on why he started it, what is the project about, what is the impact it creates. So catch his emotions and comprehend it in the proposal. Catch and comprehend the emotions of the beneficiaries. Okay? It could be a preterm baby, or it could be, or if it's in the education sector, whoever is going to be benefited, catch the emotions of the beneficiary. That's very important. And number three, more also is, what has been your track record in the last 3, 5, 10 years? Present your track record, because that is going to only be helping you in getting shortlisted. So what has been your track record for a similar program? Because this obviously has got three categories. It's either going to be a replica, or either it is going to be a scalable one or a new one. That is what the application says. So mention your track record. And I would say, I think these are some few points. And I think I involved my managing trustee and the main person, Dr. Vasumati Vedantam, all along. I was talking to her. I was getting her points, presented it well to HCL all along. And more than anything else, HCLTech grant team motivates you all along the process. All along the process. Every stage they will motivate you. So every stage when we clear, I get a call from Shali saying that, hey, Madhavan, you are shortlisted to the next round. So there has been a lot of motivation from them, so which made us, I would say, keep going. It's a long process because the stakes are high. It is 5 crores. 5 crores can't be given overnight. It has to be through a long-drawn due diligence process. So it's a big learning for us. And in the end, we won it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And I think with Madhavan's points, you must have noted down. And I remember in his proposal, there was also one very catchy, along with the title, it was Vision on Wheels.
Yeah,
also.
Vision on Wheels was the name of the project. Yeah. Vision on Wheels, wherein we have some three cars, and we travel in 3 different directions from Chennai at a radius of 300 kilometers to some 25 districts in Tamil Nadu and Andhra. And we carry these high-resolution digital retinal imaging system, like an ultrasound scan. Each scan is 25 lakhs. So we carry them, and we go and scan the retina of these babies in the government hospitals in the 25 districts, which are at an average 350 kilometers from Chennai. That is why the project title is also called Vision on Wheels. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madhavan. And Madhavan actually also pointed out one more point, that when they were writing proposal, it was not only Madhavan who was writing the proposal. His organization's founder, trustee, secretary, and even the finance team, the project team, they all came together and wrote this proposal. So if you are writing it alone, so it is not solving the problem. You have to have your team sit with you, write that proposal. That is one. Second thing which I want to also highlight here, and we have clearly mentioned in our website, that there are many such consultants, and pardon me if any consultants are sitting here, there are many consultants in the market who are giving you assurance that if you give us this much money, we'll assure you that you will get the money as a grant. Please don't fall into those kind of things, because HCLTech grant has not, authorized any agency, any consultancy firm to write proposal on NGO's behalf, and they are not, reaching out to us. They are not allowed to reach out to us. It's an independent process where you have to write your proposal, you have to submit it to us, it will come to us, it will be evaluated, and you will be announced. You will be, you will get the information if you are selected for the further stages. It's a direct communication between NGO and the donor. There is no mediator in between us. So this point
One more point is, you can also list down what all awards your NGO has received. I think you must list down those awards.
Yeah.
That's very important. That shows about your credibility and all that. List down your awards.
Yeah.
And as Robin said, don't hire any external, because see, your project only you can tell, you can only articulate it well. You know about your project much better than an external consultant. The emotion only you can express. So there was a consultant who had approached us. I said, we know our project better than you. So as a result, we didn't hire him. So I think it's important you be original. That's very important. That will come out in your presentation. That will also come out when you talk to the jury or the sub-jury or the due diligence team. That itself will make an impact to the interviewers from HCLTech grant who come and interview you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Madhavan, for your insights. Now, my next question is to Suraj. Suraj competed with best of the organizations from Maharashtra, from Karnataka, and a very small NGO from Kerala, winning the grant, competing with those big stalwarts. I just want to ask, Suraj, what actually, have you seen a difference after you won the grant, and what actually was going through your mind while you were applying for the grant?
Yeah, thank you very much, Robin, sir. So, like sir said, we are from Kerala, and we were the first NGO from Kerala to win the grant. Till then, Kerala was never featuring on the map that you saw earlier. So, in that way, we were, we won the grant in the environment category. So, the reason why we applied is because many years ago, I was a student of a certain social work college in Kerala during my college days. So they were hosting the symposium, the HCL Symposium, and I was going that way, and I just chanced upon the symposium. I just attended it just to find out what is this HCLTech Symposium out of curiosity. So after attending it, I thought maybe we could, apply for the grant. I didn't think that we were qualified in any way. We actually had to go through 4 attempts. It's in the 4th attempt that we were able to clear. So anybody sitting over here, please do not feel discouraged. Each time you come back, you learn something new. It's a very steep learning curve. You might get rejected after the first round or second round. Please don't feel bad. We are not very old. We can always go back to the drawing board and start again. And that's how we kept on trying. And like sir said, when we won the grant, we were competing against some of the bigger and better, much better NGOs in India. It is proof that HCLTech grant is not only for the very big organizations. Even if you're a tiny organization, we were like 12 members strong when we applied for the grant. And we were on the borderline. We had hardly any of the requirements that HCL wanted. I think in the 40% category, 40%, I think we were really low. But I suppose on the project side, we were really high. That's how we were able to get through. The project that we applied and pitched for HCLTech grant was called DROP, D-R-O-P, that's Drive to Recover Ocean Plastic. We were working with, we still are working with 12,000 fishermen, collecting plastic from the ocean. One part of the project. Second part of the project is we have the water hyacinth. Even in Tamil Nadu, it's a problem, I'm sure. In Kerala, Polapile, we call it Polapile in Malayalam. It is a big problem in all the water bodies. So we wanted to find a solution to this. So in the HCLTech grant, we pitched for a part B, which was converting the water hyacinth into fuel briquettes. And that's the second part of the project that we had pitched forward. So I suppose in our project, we had both the components of water as well as biodiversity coming in. But anyway, when Rohit sir came down for the evaluation, sir was very kind. I want to tell you something. HCLTech, the entire team, they are like your friends. They are not there to do a very forensic, audit of your organization. They are so cool, so friendly. That's the most important reason that kept us going forward, because we knew we were not qualified, honestly speaking. So each time we applied, we had to go back, redo everything, start again. And when gentlemen like Rohit sir or Robin sir or Marshall sir and all these people come over, they are so encouraging. They never discourage you. So you feel that, yeah, it's worth trying, it's worth pursuing, and you go forward. After winning the grant, it has been amazing for us because we have grown so much, I suppose, in terms of funds. Many organizations don't even do the due diligence with us. They come to us and, okay, HCLTech grant winner, continue. They'll just give the grant and go. It's that cool for us. It's that cool. And we have moved out of the space of when HCLTech was, when we applied, we were purely in the space of solid waste management, plastic waste management. Now we are in biodiversity, we are in mangroves, we are in ocean plastic, we are in wetland conservation. We have grown phenomenally. But that doesn't mean that you can rest. This is like our learning experience. Don't think that once you win the HCLTech grant, you can relax. You cannot relax. It becomes more difficult because the standard is very high. If you become a partner, if you want to share a seat with Robin sir, you have to maintain that standard. Otherwise, it doesn't happen. No, I'm telling you honestly, HCL has a very high standard, a very high bar in terms of all kinds of parameters. You have to continuously work to keep it at that. I'm thankful that so far we've been able to do it, hopefully.
That was good one. But this is not scripted, this is on the spot. Whatever he's saying it from his heart. So Suraj was kind enough. So let me tell you, Suraj said one very good thing that, you should never, feel like I'm tired. You should always try your luck. It's an award-winning grant, okay? You are competing with best of the organization. I'll tell you a story here. Recently I was just talking to Suraj and he just happened to tell me they are the 4 co-founders. Okay, Suraj happens to be the main person, who is the professor, who's still the professor in a university, and his students, 3 of his students got attracted towards him and his work, and they joined him as co-founders in this planet Earth. And now this organization is being led by his students and the lead professor. So this is the evolution of this organization. And just now I was asking about one of the co-founders. He said, "Oh sir, he is in Singapore." How come he is in Singapore? So he is looking for funds also. And one of his co-founders is in Singapore. He said his son fell down. He had a little stitch, and that co-founder's son was crying. So what he did, he purchased a gems packet, and there was some lucky contest happening. He just participated in that, and he won the Singapore full funded by Gems company. Now his co-founder is in Gems. So what we can learn from this entire incident: never let yourself down. Try. You might get a Singapore tour, or you might get an HCL grant also. So thank you so much. So now I want to go to Rohit. So Rohit, being a due diligence partner, he has been also one of the auditors in reviewing all the applications, all the nitty-gritties which are presented to the jury. And there are all the difficult questions which are asked by sub-jury and jury. Let me tell you, there are fights which happens, debates which happens while each of these cases are presented to the jury. And it is now the responsibility of Rohit and his team to present, because we want an independent agency to present to just avoid this biasness that HCL Foundation is presenting the cases. We want an independent agency to take care of this entire due diligence process end to end. So now my question is, Rohit, while you have been reviewing all these applications all these years, you have been presenting these cases, all big NGOs, mid NGOs, small scale NGOs, what difference you have found and what really stands out while you are presenting these cases? And you can talk it on behalf of NGOs who are applying.
So I think
it's a very interesting mix of both organization integrity and project integrity. So I'd really like to, while all the other parameters are there, I think what really stands out is everybody's conviction that project and that organization can actually carry the HCL grant sort of brand name. So that can be done by a larger organization or by a smaller organization. And very honestly, while there are some minimum criteria which need to be met, everywhere that there is a delta, there is a private report which is actually submitted to the jury. So, if your organization is deficient on certain counts, then that deficiency is also very honestly presented to the jury. And I think it's that honesty and integrity of presenting facts as they are, and the conviction that irrespective of some of those gaps, the organization and the project can actually deliver, to its commitment, which actually sort of makes it. At the end of the day, very honestly, all the organizations which are in the jury are equally capable in their own way. And they're all presented in a very fair manner as they are, and it is of course a vote which is actually taken. So there are certain jury at times it's a tie, and it's a tiebreaker. So I think honesty and integrity is the most critical, because it's not really apples and oranges. Within those three, they're all worthy of winning, but they're all quite different within the category, either in terms of size or capability or the kind of gaps they have either in their organization or their project. But they're all equally capable of carrying that flagship and being worthy of actually being the winner, because it's not just for HCL, it's not just the money. I think the NGOs are torch bearers of the grant to actually amplify it even further. And if they're not worthy of that, then they will not be, actually winning the grant.
Thank you so much, Rohit. Rohit just highlighted one point, and I think that should be in everyone's mind while you are writing proposal, is your integrity. In what integrity you're writing your proposal? Your intentions, your integrity should build, as I said, the curiosity of the evaluator who's reading the proposal. Okay, so whatever you write it with full emotions, write it with full empathy towards that community for which you are putting up your proposal, and then you see the magic. So that's the message I wanted to give through our panelists. Before we conclude our session, so any last message which will motivate our NGOs to not only apply to HCLTech grant, but also how they can be different and how they can very well portray their proposal to the donors. So any final messages, you can start and from anywhere. Madhavan.
I think already I've spoken on the points. I just want to offer, already Shali and Robin had said there is an help desk already in place for people to get get some clarification on the application, how to apply, or any doubts or whatever for this question or whatever. So I'm ready to offer. I didn't ask you that, so I suppose you will approve. And I'm ready as a local person here. I'm ready. Anybody can reach out to me for any clarification also about the HCLTech grant application submission process, I would say.
Rohit as a governance partner he has been our governance partner. Rohit, any input from you?
On what Madhavan said? I think it's a tricky one.
That's the reason I put the ball.
So I think, Madhavan, you might want to retrace what you said. from a governance perspective, I probably might not encourage that because I think it will lead to some form of biasness. As a counter, I think what NGOs should do is actually read all the compendiums which are on the website and look at all the past winners, because you've got, a 12-year or 11-year trend. And I think you should look at that trend to get a feel for what type of NGOs and what type of projects have won. And one clue is that you should do something which is innovative but which is different from the past winners, and I think that would give you a little bit of an edge to actually catch the eye of the jury.
Thank you.
Yeah, so what I would like to say, based on our experience, is that I told you we had to go through 4 attempts before we finally got the grant. So the only learning that I take forward since then is that when you've written even one sentence of the project proposal, look at it. You know it's good because it's you who has written it and it's your work that's over there. But probably the question you should ask yourself is, can it be written better? Okay? And if you keep on redoing it, of course, you don't have too much time because I suppose this is July 5th or something. But there is still time. So anything that you write, just think whether you can write it better, and that should solve the whole problem. Okay.
Thank you so much, Suraj, and thank you, Madhavan. And I really, Madhavan was so kind enough to come forward and help. But as per our governance, rules, we will not be able to. But you can always guide them in your personal and thank you, Rohit, for your insights. And it was I hope you all got an idea that what all are the things we look into while selecting the proposals and everything. So with this now, we come to the end of the sessions, and I want to leave you all. The session is not over now, just 5 minutes more. I want to leave you all. So this is our HCL grant contact details, which is there in our website also. And I want to leave you all with 2 videos, 2 beautiful videos. As Rohit mentioned, we also capture them in the coffee table book. There are videos which are made of the finalist NGOs. So while the cases are presented to the jury, videos are also part of it. And these videos are made in a way that they are standard format. There is nothing more we show about one NGO. There is nothing less we are showing about one NGO. It is the same standard of capturing the video, showcasing the video, and sending that message to the jury. So I want to show you Gurupriya's video and Planeter's video, what made them to win this grant. And with this video, you will get an idea what is that we capture in the proposal. We try to get it from the proposal, and we have captured it in the video. Is the video ready? Okay, so we'll just watch the video. Before that, we would, Indra, you would like to felicitate? Yeah, please come forward. We'll just take your 5 more minutes.
Yeah, keeping a crowd awake after a good meal is one of the most toughest thing, but I am sure that our panelists did a really great job with that. Thank you once again to our panelists. And now I request Ms. Dr. Deepika to felicitate Mr. Madhavan.
May I request everyone to please give them a big round of applause for sharing their experiences, for sharing their insights, and I hope this will really help you all.
Thank you so much. Now I request Mr. Narayan to please felicitate Mr. Suraj Ibrahim.
Rohit has one more session in Delhi, so we'll felicitate him there. So this is a video of Gurupriya Foundation. So first we will watch this video, and then Planet Earth, and then we have a small surprise for you.
Retinopathy of prematurity, ROP, is the blinding disorder which happens in preterm babies. Currently, we are facing the third epidemic of ROP in the world today, mainly due to middle-income countries such as India.
The morning has barely begun, and the OPD is already bustling with preterm babies, each brought in for a critical eye screening. If diagnosed with retinopathy of prematurity, ROP, they have just a 48-hour window for treatment to prevent irreversible blindness. With India recording the highest number of preterm births and only 150 pediatric retina specialists, ROP is becoming a leading cause of childhood blindness, especially in underserved rural areas. Declared a developmental emergency by WHO, all preterm babies must be screened within 4 weeks of birth, as vision is vital for brain development and future learning. But Gurupriya Vision Research Foundation is changing that, bringing early screening directly to the doorsteps of southern Indian villages, putting wheels to the solution and hope in the hands of many.
Gurupriya Vision Research Foundation was created with the primary purpose of eradicating needless childhood blindness. Our vision and mission is to ensure delivery of international standards of excellence in diagnostic and therapeutic ophthalmology to the poorest of poor. The babies are screened with handheld retinal cameras and trained technicians. We have a band of about 7 female warriors, and sometimes our female warriors travel even beyond 300 kilometers from Chennai to screen these babies. We screen these babies for ROP, identify the babies which require treatment, and ensure that they are transported immediately to the base hospital for treatment. And treatment is done either by laser or anti-vascular endothelial growth factor injections or vitrectomy surgery under general anesthesia. And post-treatment, the babies are followed up rigorously for refractive error, muscle balance, and even sometimes undergo vision therapy to improve their vision behavior. Our proposal for the HCLTech grant is to eradicate needless childhood blindness in babies in underserved areas of rural Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh due to retinopathy of prematurity, with scope of scalability to touch more lives. Project Vision on Wheels aims to treat babies with ROP at the correct time so that no baby becomes unnecessarily blind.
This is Planet Earth, and this is their proposal which they submitted to us. Audio is not there?
Districts were inundated, and 2018 was the eye-opener for us, because that's the time when Kerala was hit by this huge flood, and almost all the districts were inundated, and unfortunately whatever plastic that was collected by every coastal town or village, it all went into the ocean.
The fishermen communities around Kochi are facing two major issues. The alarming level of plastic in the coastal region is affecting the marine fishermen, and the invasive water hyacinth is affecting the health of freshwater resources, like this Vembanad Lake, which is a Ramsar site. Plan at Earth, a not-for-profit charitable organization that works predominantly in waste management, is working towards a long-term sustainable solution where fishermen communities play a key role, both in collection of plastics from the sea and water hyacinth from the freshwater sources. The waste collected gets recycled into profitable resources.
Planet Earth is an organization that came out of a thought from many like-minded people who wanted to do something for the environment. We've been working with plastic waste management for the last 13 years. We did a baseline study in 2021. We found that the fishing boats, they take a lot of provision supplies with them. Everything is packaged in plastic. It's all left in the ocean itself. And our study revealed a shocking figure of around 11 tons of plastic reaching the ocean. We thought that if we could collect it from the fisher folk itself, bring it back, get it sorted, graded, and sent for recycling. The Vembanad Lake, which forms the entire backwaters of Kerala, it has a different problem. Water hyacinth. That's when we thought about the idea of converting it into something like biobriquettes, biofuels. The proposal for HCL grant involves two parts, Part A and Part B. Part A is to help us with administering a huge project in 2 harbors, getting all the fishing boats to participate, collecting the plastic that they bring back from the ocean and getting it recycled, and probably looking at a circular economy over there. On the other side, we're looking at water hyacinth, which is a huge menace. We're trying to find a solution in terms of biomass briquettes. We'll be able to recover the water weed, convert it into biofuel, use that to again generate revenue to sustain the project.
So that's Planet Earth and Gurupriya for you. Okay, now there is one special video which I wanted to show you all. So we recently celebrated our 10 years of HCLTech grant, where we wanted to show what is the impact HCL grant has been able to create from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from the northeast to the west of Gujarat. I'm so sorry. Okay, so we captured that in a small video of a 3-minute video, very beautiful video, and this, we are so proud to say that this video has been selected in the Asian International Film, and it has been selected in the Dada Sahib Phalke Award, and also this video has been recently, we were the finalists. We didn't win, but we were in the finalist category in the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, MIFF, which was featured in Mumbai. So I just wanted to show you that this special video of our grant.
Every morning an India wakes up. India that makes the headlines. But there is also a developing India that rarely reaches the headlines. Where every morning, a health worker begins her day visiting pregnant women. With her mother care kit in hand, she ensures every heartbeat is safe. In return, a cup of tea, a shared laugh, and conversations. This is the India we are building. Where in rural Karnataka, people who were once confined to their beds are now back on their feet, living and dreaming again. Step by step, we are building. Where in a school in Kashmir, a new curriculum is taking root. Teachers become friends, and classrooms turn into safe spaces, where students speak with confidence and smile without fear. One classroom at a time, we are building. Where fishermen in Kerala return from the sea, not just with their catch, but with nets full of plastic waste. Plastic that women groups transform into bags and art, breathing life into the ocean that is their lifeline. This is the India we are building. Over the last 10 years, with the strength of our grassroots NGO partners, we have been building this nation from within, nurturing its roots, strengthening its HCLTech grant, building a nation from its deepest roots.
So these people you have seen, they are not actors. They are the real community people, which we captured them. Our video team went there, they captured them, and they are the people because of which HCL grant exists, and they are the ones who motivates us each day. So with this, I also wanted to tell you one thing. In this 10 years of HCLTech grant, when we completed 10 years of HCLTech grant, we always have a notion that India is always a country who always believes in taking money from the global countries. So with this, we have to break this notion, and with that we started HCLTech America's grant, which is for climate action, and this grant is open, and we have just completed our 3 editions, and this grant is open for all those organizations who are working in the field of climate action, and in the countries USA, Mexico, Canada, Argentina, Costa Rica, Colombia, Panama, if I have missed any country, but these, Venezuela, no sir, they have been captured by US. So these are the 10 countries where we have opened this grant. Now India is no more a country who's taking money. We are the ones who are now giving money to the NGOs who are working in these 10 countries for the climate action grant. So thank you so much, and I can't thank you enough for being a patient listener. I hope this symposium would have given you a great learning experience. We'll come back strong. We'll come back again. And we want to see you all again, not in this same room, but we will host it in some other institutions. We were earlier hosted by IIT Madras. This year we have been hosted by HCLTech. But we want to see you again, and this is our promise. We'll come back again for you all. And may I now hand over it to the anchor. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin, for that. Okay, now finally we're reaching the final segment of today's evening. May I request Mr. Newton Raj to kindly come up the stage and deliver a word of thanks. And throughout the session, I barely spoke Tamil, which I did promise in the morning that I might try. But I hope, Newton, you would cover that up for me. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you so much, Indra. So I just want to start with a quote. I'll just end my word of thanks within 3 minutes for sure. The best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. The special quote given by Mahatma Gandhi, the father of nation. Very good evening to all. As we conclude this inspiring HCLTech Grand Symposium, it is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of HCL Foundation. I extend my sincere gratitude to all our distinguished speakers for sharing the valuable insights and inspiring session, creating a greater social impact today. And a special thanks to CSR Box. Last couple of days, I'm very closely associating and working with Smita and Kanika. So last 1 week before, continuously I'm getting a call from these 2 people, like what happened to that, what happened to this, and we are into the conclusion now. So today what happened, like one of the admin person is asking me, 2 ladies, walking the entire campus last couple of days, are they joined in HCL Foundation? Even I am very doubtful there. They are NGO partner at HCL Foundation. They work like that the whole day, committedly they worked with admin team and security person. Even I don't know who is the admin head for HCL campus now. They are in the mail loop. So everything they have done. So excellent job. Thanks once again for Smita and Kanika. Please give a round of applause to them. And one special thanks I want to say in Tamil. So interns idhula 2 பேர் வந்திருக்காங்க. So please can you come here, the front? Interns. So they are from Delhi. They are doing MSW. So last 2 days continuous work பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. Not even taking a break, packing things and shuffling things from here to tower. So extraordinary job. Thank you. And Sachin is missing. He went for some other activity. And one big shout to my entire Chennai team. I can't call all the 23 people. So they are here around this, auditorium and somewhere preparing for the next session also. So excellent job. They are actually end-to-end coordinated the security and admin team, IT, organizing this auditorium. I know it's very difficult to bring these many people into SEZ campus. Getting permission for a unknown, like not a HCL employee, without HCL employee, if they're coming as a visitor, it is very tough for us to get approvals. We have to get 4 level of approvals. This has been done completely by my team. Once again, round of big applause to them. And Shelly, I don't know what to say, like the day when she arrived Chennai, she's seeing like what happened to the auditorium, and she's slowly inquiring what happened to the food. One by one meetings have been completed, and Shelly is asking like the kids are there in the room, Newton, I don't find any volunteers, what happened to them? I said, Shelly, calm down, tomorrow you'll get the volunteer, we will start the work tomorrow. No, my boss said, I want to do it immediately. Within the moment when Robin says she went to the tower 1, she don't even know this is new campus for her, and she himself approached the security people. One big advantage for her is like all our security people are North Indians. They can speak very good Hindi. So she is good in Hindi. So she managed somewhat, and she alone with the support of our interns, she packed more than 350 kits within 2 hours. Excellent job, Shelly. Thank you so much. And last but not least, the hero of the session, Mr. Robin Thomas, the mentor and the guide for us. So he is the one behind us every day. Like, Newton, what happened to that? What happened to this? So today we made it an excellent session, and I hope all the participants are very happy. We got a very positive, feedback from the admin also. Thank you once again, Robin. And especially I would like to extend my thanks to our leader and the director, global director, Nidhi Pundir. She is not here, but still, definitely she will think about today's session, and she would have seen our videos also. So thanks to Nidhi for supporting always, cheering us. And finally, thank you so much for all the participants and guests. Your presence and active engagement, your support has made this symposium truly meaningful. Let us continue working together and build strong communities and create everlasting social impact. Jai Hind.
Let us all give a big round of applause for Newton, the man behind the show. He was the one who supported us, and he's the one who knows the entire people in Tamil Nadu. One day I'm seeing him as the Chief Minister of... Okay, thank you so much everyone, and it was a pleasure meeting you all. Yeah, Indra, over to you.
Yes, I like how people are already going towards the compendium. That was one of my announcements. Yes, hurry up, rush, get the books and read all the amazing stories as part of it. And also, I would like to mention,
please don't fall down.
Yeah.
We'll give you more copies, don't worry.
Also, please make sure while you're exiting to return your ID cards at the security team. And now I also request our guest and speaker if they can remain here for a second so we can have a group picture with the HCL Foundation team members. And once again, everyone, thank you so much. It was really a pleasure hosting you all. And for any questions related to HCLTech grant, you can always reach out to us on the email ID which was mentioned earlier. And thank you once again. Have a lovely evening. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, once again, I would request all the HCL Foundation people to come join us for a group picture. Oh God, my face is just like white. Once again, I would like to request all the HCL Foundation team members to please come closer to the stage for the group picture. Foundation team, please join. Once again, foundation team, quick.